Casting. Okay, Al and Madam Chair, Madam Clerk, we are starting the webcasting and we are recording to the cloud. Now I'm going to give the host back to Mr. Greneveld. And, great. All right, everything's working as planned. And Madam Chair, I'll see you in a while.
Okay, thank you, Paul.
Thank you. You good, Day? You good?
Yes, sir.
All right, sir. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, should we be seeing the documents yet?
You should be getting them very soon. They should be coming across any moment.
I see them.
Okay.
Board members, you should receive an email that has about 5 pages. Okay. I just want to.
Got it.
Why don't I'll call the hearing and then we'll take a few moments to look at those documents and then I can explain the hearing. So I think everyone is on right now. Give me a moment to pull up the agenda. Okay. Okay, good morning. The hearing board of the South Coast Air Quality Management District is in session. Today is January 6th, 2021, and the time is approximately 9:05 a.m. and we are meeting remotely via Zoom given the current pandemic and the stay-at-home orders in place in the state of California. We have one matter on the calendar for today, and that is Frantz Cleaners, Inc., case number 6188-1 for a regular variance. And who is here today representing the petitioner Frantz Cleaners? And Ms. Richards, just make sure, do you know how to unmute your microphone? Should be on the very bottom left. If you're on a computer, just hover your mouse and you'll see that you have an ability to unmute your mic. Let me see. Let me ask if we can unmute you. Ms. Richards, do you see the mute button, unmute button? Let me see. Anthony, or who is the
there?
Oh, okay, there we go.
Okay. Sorry.
Are you, and you are representing the petitioner today?
Yes.
Can you just, for the record, can you just state your name and spell it for the record and tell us who you are with regards to the cleaners?
My name is K-A-Y Richards, R-I-C-H-A-R-D-S. I'm the owner of Frantz Cleaners.
Okay. And I will come back to you in a moment. I'm going to tell you how today's hearing is going to work. But first, I just want to ask who is representing the district and executive officer this morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Good morning, Ms. Richards. My name is Karen Manwaring. We spoke yesterday. I'll be representing the executive officer today.
Wonderful. Okay, Ms. Richards, I know you have not been before this board before, so I just wanted to let you know how the hearing, how we conduct the hearings and what you can expect this morning. So what we'll first do is, since you are petitioning for the regular variance, I'll go to you first and ask you if you can just give us a short summary of your position today, kind of an opening statement of what you're asking for and why. Then I will go to Ms. Manwaring, who will give us a short opening statement of the position of the district on your request today. After that, we'll come right back to you and you can introduce to us the documents that you have today and also any additional testimony you wish to give, a fuller story, and then we'll give the opportunity to Ms. Manwaring to ask questions. and then the board members will also ask questions. And I realize over the short holiday break that perhaps it would be helpful for those who have never appeared before us, since we are not on a dais as we normally are, but we're all just people on a Zoom call, that I introduce the members of the board. So I am Julie Prusak. I am the current chair of the hearing board and the attorney member. I have Vice Chair Mohan Balakapalan, and he is the engineer member. We have Senator Nate Holden. He is also a member of the board. We have Dr. Alan Bernstein, who is a member of the board, and also Miss Cynthia Verdugo Peralta, who is a member of the board. And what I'm going to do right first, before we go off the record, just to take a moment to review what you sent to us so that we can come back on and be prepared, is that because we operate much like a court of law, we're sort of quasi-judicial, everything we do is to collect evidence. And so we will put all those who wish to testify today, including yourself, under oath. So if everyone who plans to give any testimony or who might give testimony today could raise your right hand to be sworn in, turn on your camera. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to just go off the record for just a few moments. Board members, in your inbox, you should have received, I think, a 5-page document, printed or look at it, and we'll come back in 5 minutes. We'll come back at 9:15. We're off the record. Oh, and please don't leave the Zoom call, but you can mute your microphone if you need to. Okay, board members, anyone need additional time? No, okay. All right, so then we are back on the record. And I'm going to mark some documents that we received. We received what appear to be 4 different documents from Ms. Richards for petitioner. The first one is a letter from Arthur Kajiwara Equipment Company dated December 30th, 2020, and that one-page letter will be exhibit number 1. We also have received a proposal also from Arthur Kajiwara Equipment Company. That will be exhibit number 2 for petitioner. We received a 3rd page, which says towards the top on the left-hand corner, Frantz Cleaners checking in. So I'm going to mark that, and I'm sure Ms. Richards will explain that. Exhibit number 3. And then finally, a document with South Coast Air Quality Management District letterhead. That will be a 1-page document, exhibit number 4. And then finally, we received in the mail and also back on December 24th, 2020, what I will mark as exhibits A and B. Exhibit A is an email from Miss Josephine Lee, to frantzcleaners@yahoo.com dated December 24th, 2020. And that 1-page email will be exhibit A. And then it encloses the declaration of Mark Vonderow, and that will be marked as exhibit B. And I'm going to read this is the first time that this rule, the first of these types of hearings we've been hearing where this rule takes effect. But Rule 9C of the Hearing Board Rules and Procedures states that evidence upon declaration. It states that at least 10 days prior to the hearing or a continued hearing, any party that proposes to introduce a declaration into evidence shall mail or deliver a copy of such declaration to all other parties, together with the notice as is provided below. That notice in C2 is word for word in Exhibit A of the email from Ms. Josephine Lee to Frantz Cleaners, which essentially says that they had until December 31st to object to the introduction of the declaration of Mark Vonderow as evidence. And under our rule, plus she gave exactly the email address to respond to, as well as her number, which was not required. Our rule says if this is done, let me find the exact wording. The right to cross-examine that declarant is waived, and the declaration, if introduced in evidence, shall be given the same effect as the declarant had testified in person. And so we're going to take this declaration as direct testimony today. So we're going to mark that as B. So the email will be Exhibit A, and the declaration will be Exhibit B as in boy. I think that's all of the documents that we have received, board members. And so, Ms. Richards, I will go to you. And if you'd like to start off with a brief opening statement as to what you're requesting from the board today and your position.
I am requesting, thank you, a variance to give me time to get my new machine. As you see in the documents, the machines won't even be available until like April or May. The other thing that happened was, well, I lost my husband about 2 years ago, not quite yet. And he always took care of all these things about the equipment. and financing and everything. I did other things. So this has been hard for me to learn. And then not only the COVID-19 came along and cut about 70% of our business, but in August 6th, we have another business right next door to our dry cleaning plant that's a laundromat, self-service laundromat, and it caught on fire and totally burned. Not the building, but everything inside. All the equipment was damaged and is in the process of being replaced. So that was the other reason I'm asking for a variance to get my other business back in operation, so I will have some income to be able to pay for a new machine. And that's basically why I'm asking.
Thank you, Ms. Richards, and I'm very sorry for the passing of your husband. I read that in the papers. I'm going to turn over to Ms. Manwaring for her opening, and then we will come back to you. Ms. Manwaring?
Again, good morning, Madam Chair, and good morning, members of the board. Good morning, Ms. Richardson. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak with me yesterday. Members of the board, before you again today is a petition for a regular variance seeking relief from Rule 1421. As you've heard, the district considers there to be a high rate of compliance with Rule 1421 from about 2,200 active PERC permits in 2002 down to somewhere around 100 facilities with active PERC permits today. Can only estimate because it is a moving target. District engineering staff continues to process new applications and deactivate obsolete permits. As you're also aware, the district by necessity is reviewing these petitions on a case-by-case basis. When I first reviewed the petition, I saw that Ms. Richardson was going to have some challenges. And when I spoke to her yesterday, we had a difficult but a pleasant conversation in which she shared with me factors that may in fact support a finding of beyond reasonable control. I advised Ms. Richardson that, pardon me. I did share with Ms. Richardson that if this hearing board is able to make the required findings based on the evidence and testimony they take today, that she should be prepared to discuss limiting conditions. We also spoke briefly about what excess emission fees are. While we spoke, I informed her some of the challenges I anticipated. And as you read in her papers and heard in her opening, Ms. Richardson has had maybe a more challenging pandemic than some of us. The district is not alleging a negative compliance history. We've not issued any NOVs to this facility in the last 5 years. Also, I believe through her direct testimony, she will establish that she was very familiar with Rule 1421, and she and her late husband did have a plan. So with that, members of the board, the district is going to reserve its position subject to the evidence and testimony we hear today. We will have an engineer to help inform conditions if you get to that point. As I indicated, I don't think it's necessary to bring compliance on because we have no allegations of a negative compliance history. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Manwaring. Ms. Richards, I'm very apologetic. I have a brand new computer today that I have not used before, and for some reason I do not have access to my Word document, so I can't share screen as I normally do to go over the findings that we need to make today. But I'm going to try to tell you the highlights of what we will be looking for today and what we'll be listening for in terms of the types of evidence that we need today. First of all, I don't know how much Ms. Manwaring had explained to you about the 6 findings we need to make for a variance, but there are 6. I know she, as she said in her opening, that you had a conversation about the one that we most have been centered on during these hearings for 1421, which is the beyond reasonable control finding. And in particular, I just want to point out a couple of considerations that are very important when we're looking at Rule 1421 in particular, and also small businesses such as yours, when we're looking at beyond reasonable control. The first is that when we're looking at beyond reasonable control, we are instructed under the Health and Safety Code of California, which is where those findings are set forth, we're instructed to take into account when the rule was adopted. So we were looking in our time frame back to 2002, which is when the December 31st, 2020 deadline was put into place by the district, and that 18 years, and looking at what each petitioner has been doing in that time frame. However, with that said, we also look at the fact that you are a small business. And because you're a small business, we will take into account such things as, when did you find out about the rule and why didn't you know about the rule earlier? And also your financial constraints that would get in the way of your ability to comply. So with that in mind, if you can introduce just a little bit more fuller of a background. I know Ms. Manwaring mentioned that you and your late husband had a plan in place. Just take us through when you began planning for compliance and what might have occurred in the interim and where you are today. And you can please also bring us through each of those documents that you submitted to us so we can consider them all.
Thank you. Well, as I said before, my husband always took care of these things, so we had been looking into. One of the things that happened was that we bought a machine in '07 that was going to be good until 2023, and then the law got changed, and that only happened like a year ago or two, and so that kind of caught us by surprise that we weren't going to be able to use the machine for 2 more extra years. And so we've had to look around and see what we could do. And in the meantime, he was ill and bedridden, and so we just I wasn't able to get all of the funding ready, and then of course this year happened and it just became more difficult. So
Would
I've made arrangements to buy a machine now. I have to make sure I can get the funding for it. And I need my business back so that I can pay for it.
Thank you, Ms. Richards. Is there anything else? But what I'll do is I'll turn it over to Ms. Manwaring and the board so we can ask you questions that will help answer anything that you haven't filled in. But is there anything else before I do that you wish to say?
No, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Manwaring, questions for Ms. Richards.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I may, the district needs to take a 5-minute recess. Ms. Richards, since this board is aware that I'm home with a toddler, and so they've been very gracious with giving me some breaks. So please forgive me for taking a very short break. Madam Chair, I can be back on by 9:30.
Okay, let's take a couple of minute break and we'll be back at 9:30. Please don't leave the meeting, but mute your microphone, please. Looks like we're back on the record. Ms. Manwaring, you got questions for Ms. Richards.
Thank you, Ms. Richardson. Excuse me. Good morning. Did you take the oath this morning?
Yes, I did.
All right. How long has your business, Frantz Cleaners, been in operation?
My dad bought the cleaners in 1958, and it was a cleaners before that, probably back in the early 50s. And before that, it was in another owner, of course, they moved from Holt Avenue up to Gary in sometime, I think in the early 50s.
So you're the daughter of a dry cleaner?
I am a daughter of a dry cleaner. My dad bought his first dry cleaners when I was 4 years old. So I grew up in the business.
Are you or was your late husband a member of any trade organizations?
Yes, we were members of the National Dry Cleaners Association that turned into the Fabricare. And then we belonged to the California Dry Cleaners Association.
And in your opening today, you indicated that you were familiar with Rule 1421 and the December 31st deadline. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, I was. I wasn't.
Madam Chair had introduced the documents that you provided, and she referred to them as exhibits. So if I said Exhibit 1, would you know that I'm referring to the letter dated December 30th?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to jump to Exhibit 3, which we described as checking in.
Okay.
Would you tell us a little bit more about that conversation and who it was with and why you would like this board to see this email?
Well, it was showing that I was looking and trying to get funding for a new cleaning machine.
All right, and what is the date on that?
It's January 6th. Well, that's not when I got the email. I've been getting emails from this for a long time.
Okay, I do see today's
That was
date.
just the latest one. She sent me another one this morning.
Okay, so I see today's date on this email, but you just shared with us you've actually been corresponding with it. Look, I believe I see the name Dana Fredericks. Is that correct?
Well, it's yes, Fredericks.
Fredericks.
Yeah.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, do you know if that, should I say Mr. or Ms.?
Ms.
Okay, Ms. Fredericks. All right. So your testimony is you've actually been corresponding for a while about purchasing a new machine. Could you tell us the earliest date you recall discussing a new machine with this person?
No, I can't. I can't tell you exactly. I know
What was it before today?
that I've had been able to get the funding probably since last summer.
Okay, so at least since last summer.
Right.
Got your best recollection, at least since last summer, you've been corresponding with this person about a new machine.
About the funding, yes.
Summer of 2020 or summer?
Go ahead.
You mean this summer, the summer of 2020?
Yes.
Okay.
Did something happen?
No, I apologize for the pauses. I'm trying to be thoughtful in my questions of you this morning, Ms. Richards. I appreciate that you provided these documents, but I'm taking a quick look now as we look at them. So those pauses are on me. Thank you for your patience.
That's
I'm
fine.
going to ask you a little bit about your machine that you currently have. Do you remember talking with me yesterday about terms like mileage and pounds?
Yes.
All right, so let's ask a few questions about your current perk machine. The first question I want to ask you, Ms. Richards, have you operated the system yet this year?
No.
Thank you. I knew the answer to that question before I asked. We appreciate your voluntary compliance. Can you please, what is the age of your current perk system?
We bought it in 07. 2007. With
And
the
please
idea
remind
that
us again,
excuse me.
Ms. Richards, I need to apologize to you. I will be a little bit more patient.
That's-
Would you like to finish your answer?
Well, with the idea that we would be able to use it until 2023 when we purchased it. I think 15 years.
And do you know what the current perk limit, what the annual gallons is on your perk permit?
No, I guess. No, I know we buy about 30 gallons a year.
Okay, thank you. We'll have a district engineer. She can read that limit off your permit when our district engineer comes to testify. So thank you. I was actually going to ask you that very next question. So you just testified you purchase approximately 30 gallons a year.
30 to 100, I think, is what we buy.
Right. Do you know when the last purchase of perk was?
It was just before the end of the year because we were running low and needed to keep running for the rest of the year.
Is it your testimony that you purchased between 30 and 100 gallons of perk in December of 2020?
No,
You're running low?
no, we would have, it would have been a small amount, like whatever the minimum is, I think, I don't know exactly, maybe 30 gallons.
Okay, you don't know what the minimum is, but it is your testimony that you purchased the minimum because you were running low, but is that correct?
Usually we buy 100 gallons. My manager takes care of all this, and so my figures are not accurate.
Okay, I understand. Thank you. I want to be clear. When I thought I had understood you to say you might have purchased 30 gallons in December, I was concerned. But I now understand your testimony to be slightly different than that. So just tell this board, based on what you and your manager discussed and what you recall right now, what was the perk purchase in amounts to the best you can recall?
I know it was a minimum amount. I just can't give you the gallons accurately.
That's sufficient. That's sufficient. I'll move on. Thank you. Do you have any other services at your facility? Does Frantz have presses, alterations, laundry machines?
Yes, we do.
Okay. What else do you offer?
We offer all of those things, dry cleaning, laundry, fluff and fold, alterations. We offer suede and leather. We don't do it. We have to send it out to a professional leather and suede cleaner.
Are you currently sending some of your business out now?
When you say some, you're talking about the dry cleaning?
I am, yes. In
Yeah.
addition to what you normally would do, have you made other operational changes to send some of the business out?
We have contracted with another dry cleaner this period of time, until we know for sure what was going to happen at the hearing.
Okay. And so the clothing that you would normally clean through your perk system, you've currently contracted with another dry cleaner. Is that what you just told us?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, to the best of your ability, could you help us understand in terms of business, whether dollars or pounds of clothing or percentages, whatever you're most comfortable describing, how much of your business relies on the perk system versus how much goes through some of the other services that you offer?
Well, it was a lot. We've tried to do more wet cleaning in these years. Percentage wise, it used to be a lot, but I think we have cut back. Well, I know we're only cleaning now 3 days a week compared to what we were cleaning before COVID-19 in March 20th. We had to cut back to 3 days a week. So our cleaning was substantially less, about 70%.
Do you mean your business was only open 3 days a week?
No,
Or that the
all
machine was run 3 days?
the cleaning machine was run 3 days a week. We kept open and we kept our regular hours through all of it.
So you've not had to cut back on your hours?
Not being open, but producing, yes. Because the workers only come in 3 days a week. The pressers and the cleaning and
How many employees do you have?
well, there's 7, including myself, and they only get 2 days a week each.
Ms. Richards, I'm going to go back to your exhibits, and the exhibit 1 and exhibit 2, that's a letter and a proposal. Could you please help this board understand how feasible is it for you at this time to acquire the new machine? In other words, if they were to grant the variance and allow you some time, how certain are you that you could purchase this new machine or a new machine that is compliant with Rule 1421?
Well, I'm not sure until I get my laundry back in operation. They're working on it now. I think it's going to be 3 or 4 or 5 months before I can get that back in operation. So it's going to be a while before I would be able to afford it. That's why I'm asking for the variance, so that I can keep operating and give it time to get the laundry back in order.
When we spoke yesterday, do you remember me using the term mileage?
Yes.
Are you comfortable answering questions about your machine's efficiency?
Not too much. I can try, but
Do you know your machine's current mileage? Or how many pounds of clothing it gets per average 1 gallon of perk?
no, I wouldn't be able to tell you that exactly.
Okay, thank you. That's okay. It is just you that'll be testifying today, right? We don't have your manager today?
My manager is working today. Is that what you?
As I indicated, yes.
Uh-huh.
As I indicated in my opening, we have a district witness who can share some information that she has reviewed from your permit. So we'll be able to fill in some of those blanks should the board want some additional information on that.
Okay.
Not all of them, but the information that we have available in the permit. I'm going to ask you some questions that are difficult and are very personal. You've shared with us that you became a widower a couple years ago after a difficult illness. You also mentioned a fire. Could you please help us understand what business was lost as a result of the fire? And is it related to the dry cleaning or is it separate?
They're separate businesses, but they're in buildings right next to each other that are connected.
What was the other business?
The other business was a self-service laundromat. We acquired that in 1970, or my dad did.
And I believe I read in your papers that you considered that to be a total loss?
It was, yes. They've had to take all the machines out. They're doing that now, the demolition, and they had to remove all of the machines. They have to remove the floor, the, total structure inside. The outside is concrete block, so it's solid, and the roof seems to be solid.
Was there any damage to Frantz during the fire?
No, only a little smoke damage in one of the rooms, and that was attached to the dry. It was, I think it came under the doors, the smoke did, but it wasn't serious. We were able to take care of the clothes that were in there, and that was not a problem.
Can you please tell us the date of the fire?
August 6th,
Of this year?
2020, last year. It was a Thursday night.
I hope no one was injured.
No, fortunately, no one was in the laundromat at the time. It happened in the evening between 7:30 and 8:30. I know that because I walked through the laundromat at 7:30. Everything was fine. There was no one in there. There was nothing on. I turned the air conditioner off, and I went next door to my house. I live right next door. Worked on my books for about an hour, and when I came back and opened the door, black smoke was billowing out of the windows. So, sorry.
You were telling us about the fire, and thank you very much for sharing. It sounds like that was a difficult day for you, and we can move on. You've given us the date of the fire and generally how it impacted you, and I think we can all understand how that would certainly be a distraction in trying to run your other business. So thank you for that testimony. I just have just a final area to clarify your request today. I've heard you testify, and we've seen in your documents that you think you need till around April or May for the new machine to come in, and that you are uncertain as of today whether or not you can finance that machine. So my question to you is there less time, or is there another request? Is there something else or less that you could ask for today if this board was not inclined? In other words, would you like to modify your request for relief in any way, with the understanding that this board still has to take evidence for 6 findings?
I would have to hold to what I've asked for. I can't, less probably wouldn't help a lot.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much for your testimony today. We certainly appreciate that. Madam Chair, I'm ready to turn questioning over to the board, again, with the understanding that we have Emily Chaug available, who will certainly provide some details about the permit should the board want some additional information. Ms. Richards, thank you so much. And now it's the board's opportunity to ask some additional questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, anyone wish to begin questions for Ms. Richards? Ms. Verdugo-Peralta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Richards, I also am sorry to hear of your loss. I know it's a burden when you lose a partner in business as well as a partner in life. That being said, the fact that you've grown up in the dry cleaners industry, along with your family and then your husband, And we're involved with National Dry Cleaners Association and the California Dry Cleaners Association. My question really is, if there was that much involvement, where did you get the idea that when you purchased that machine in 2007, that you could operate it until 2023? If you knew about 1421, which actually ended in 2020, December 31st. So where was the assumption of being able to operate it until 2023?
When we bought the machine, they said that we could either operate it until 2023, or I think it was 15 years, whatever came first. And they both would have been the same time.
So that information came from the seller, the vendor for that piece of equipment?
I believe so. My husband was taking care of most of that during that period, so I just went by what he's told me.
But neither of you checked with either of the associations that you belong to verify that information?
I didn't. I don't know whether he did or not.
When did you become aware of the fact that you couldn't go until 2023? And in fact, the rule.
When the rule changed.
Well, the rule changed in 2002. So that was the amendment then. You purchased in 2007. So it was already 5 years into the 18-year extension, if you will.
Well, we became aware of it when they changed it to this year.
Well, that occurred in 2002. That's when that occurred.
Not aware of that. We were under a different understanding when we bought the machine.
Okay, I understand that. However, when did you become aware that it was not going to be 2023, but in fact, December 31st of 2020?
Probably a year or so ago.
Okay, and that's when you started the correspondence with that lady regarding getting funding for the new equipment. Is that correct?
Well, I don't know exactly.
Well, you testified earlier to Ms. Manwaring that you started correspondence with this lady in summer of 2020.
Right, that would have been.
Okay, so there wasn't any attempt to get funding prior to summer of 2020?
Not from me. I don't, what my husband might have attempted, I'm not sure.
Okay, that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Ms. Bruza, thank you.
Yes.
I was going to ask a question, Ms. Bruza. I'm not sure if you're frozen or if it's okay to continue.
No, I can hear you.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the Madam Chair, I just want to check with her first.
Yikes. Okay.
I think she's frozen, but I'm not 100%.
I think she's back.
Am I back?
Yes,
I got booted out.
Okay.
at least I can hear you.
Got booted out. Okay. Sorry about that. Make sure we're all here. Okay. I was referring to the declaration of Mark Vanderoe that Miss Josephine Lee had emailed to you. Do you have that?
You're talking to me?
Yes, Miss Richards, do you
I'm
have that?
sorry.
Do you have can you all hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. I'm looking at the declaration of Mark Vanderoe that was emailed to you in December, on December 24th by Josephine Lee. Do you have that?
Oh, yes, I do have it. I don't know. I don't have it in front of me.
Okay, but in that, I'll try to show you on the screen, but in that declaration, he states that in 2019, there was a notice that was sent.
Right.
this where you first found out that that the deadline now was 2020?
I believe so.
So we can put that time frame sometime in 2019 when you learned.
Yes.
And were you inspected in 2019? Also, do you recall?
I don't recall that, but we do get inspected about every year. So
Okay. Just was trying to put a time frame on when you you learned that you needed to switch over. And then after that, in 2019, when you knew for sure of the deadline, what other than in the summer attempting to get the financing, was there any other actions you might have taken to try and come into compliance, or was that the first in summer of 2020?
that was the first.
Okay. You also gave us a fourth document, which is exhibit number 4. It's that last page you sent us with the South Coast Air Quality Management District letterhead. Can you tell us why you gave us that document?
The one that's handwritten.
No, this, I'm sorry, it'll have my writing on it, but
Oh, that's the permit. That's my permit to operate, because it said in the, to have the permits, any permit that I had.
oh, okay. So
And so it was just,
you're
to show that I'm
that you renewed the permit.
right.
Thank you. So have you ordered the machine, or is that something you're waiting on?
That's something I'm waiting on at this point to know.
And
And
oh, go
and
ahead.
also because of my laundromat, I have to get that back in operation. I just don't have the extra income with the loss of income from the dry cleaners.
How many laundries or how many cycles are you running a week of your machine?
Of dry cleaning?
Yeah, currently.
He's only running about 2 to 3 a day, and only on the days so per week, it would be probably 6.
And I'm sorry if I missed this, but did you know what the capacity was in terms of pounds of your
Of
machine?
each one?
Yes.
Well, they're usually about, that probably isn't full loads, so maybe 35 to, our machine will take 60, 50 pounds to 60, but they're rarely, full loads.
So you would say you're doing about 6 cycles per week of 35 pounds.
3. Well, maybe that would be 9. If we did 3 a day on the days that we operate, which is only 3 days a week, it would be approximately 9.
Of about 35 pounds each. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm going to take a moment to look and see what my other questions are. So I'm going to let you have questions. Ms. Richards, if you don't mind, if you would mind silencing your phone, that would be helpful. If you could
I'm
silence.
sorry.
Can you silence your phone?
I'm sorry. I don't. Did you ask me to do what?
If you could silence your phone.
I don't know how to do that.
No worries.
Maybe I can. I don't know. I just got this phone, so I'm.
Board members, does anyone else have questions? Well,
I'm sorry.
Board members have any other questions?
Julie, you don't seem to come
Oh,
on very
there.
clearly. Somehow your voice is more in the background. You know.
I should not have changed, should not have changed my computer. All right, can you hear me now?
I can hear you better now. For a minute there, I couldn't.
Dr. Bernstein has a question.
It's gone off again.
Dr.
Yes,
Bernstein?
hi, Ms. Richards. Good morning.
Good morning.
Today, I just want to clarify something. Previously, the testimony stated that there was no use of the current perk machine this year.
That's correct.
Okay, so then what is performing 9 cycles per week then?
Well, that was before the end of the year.
Okay,
that-
so you were continuing to use the perk machine until the end of this year,
Until the end of 2020.
correct? Till the end of 2020. Okay.
The last day we operated was the 31st. I mean, running the machine.
And now you've contracted with other drainers to do your dry cleaning
That's correct.
starting this year. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Mr. Balagopalan.
Ms. Richards, are there any schools nearby? I know about the high school because my wife teaches there, but are there any schools nearby your facility?
The closest one would be Lincoln School. It's over on the next Gordon. It's over on that street, which is a long block away, and then down the road. It's not like across the street.
And any daycare centers that you know around there?
Not that I know of. I've never seen any daycare centers close by.
Okay. Coming back to the code, and that's exhibit number 2 you got from Arthur Kajiwara Equipment Company. I think he did say that there could be a potential delay because of the shipping and COVID and where it's manufactured.
Definitely. Because the machine is manufactured in Italy, and they wouldn't be able to get delivery until April.
But
Late
did he give you
April.
some idea when you have to sign it to ensure you get something in April? How soon you have to go sign
Well,
an agreement?
It would be soon, I'm sure. Yes.
And is that what you intended? I know you're looking at the financing, but to secure the equipment, are you going to sign an agreement to purchase it?
Well, that's my intention.
Okay. Do you know how soon you plan to do that? Or
Well, I was hoping that I would get a variance so that I could keep using the machine I have right now until I get my machine, or till I get the laundromat back in operation.
okay. All right. So what about the financing that you're looking at? Would that help you to buy the machine sooner?
Possibly. Yes.
Okay. Let me, if the board were to grant the variance but limit you to a certain amount of clothes clean, is that something that you're willing, can live with? And it's about 800 pounds of clothes total for the duration of the variance.
Well, I guess it would depend on how long the variance was.
Well, it actually,
800 pounds. How do we come to that?
well, it's about the mileage we approximate for 1 gallon per. That's the number we got from the industry. It varies depending on the efficiency of the machine, but the conservative number is 800 pounds. So we've been granting variances with the limit of 800 pounds during a set period, while the business gets the equipment in and up and running?
Well, I was unaware of that.
I'm sorry.
I was unaware of that,
Okay.
that
But
there
is
was
that,
that limit.
is that something you can consult with your manager and during a short break and find out if that's something that you can stagger your production and you know, I know you're taking some out to another vendor, or do you own another facility in the area?
No, we don't
No?
own,
Okay.
this is the only facility I have, and the laundromat.
All right. So you're contracting out with some of your work outside. So is it, if we take a break some point, I think we'll take a break. Can you check with your manager about the 800 pounds of clothes and see if we can stagger it for a period of time until you get the new equipment in?
Yes, I can ask him. Yes,
And also, I think in the other thing in his proposal, he didn't list the cost to get a permit. You will have to get a new permit from the AQMD for the new machine, the hydrocarbon machine, before you install it. Were you aware of that?
well, I know that they require permits,
Right.
but
Okay.
I would be getting, the machine I'm looking at is a K4 system.
Correct. But you still will have to get a permit for
Get a
that
permit.
machine. Yeah.
Right.
Before you get it installed.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, I understand that.
Okay. And the last thing was in attachment 4, that's really was your invoice. So your next renewal date is April 1st. So
Yes.
if you don't renew, I mean, you can only operate until end of March, basically. And you don't need to spend the $500 to renew it because, you know, then that's,
Right,
you might not be able to use it.
that's true.
Okay. What was the other thing? Okay. No, that's all I had. And maybe we can get a little clarification from later on from you, whether on the 800 pounds is something that you can, you know, live with.
Okay. Yes,
So
I can
thank you. I
find that
had no
out.
further questions. Yeah.
Senator Holden, you have questions, and then Dr. Burns.
Yes.
There we go. Madam Chair, could I get a clarification on when an affidavit could be entered as evidence? You mentioned that early on.
I'll read, unfortunately, I cannot share my screen with the, oh wait, no, not for this. I'm having a hard time pulling up the document that I need because I don't have permission to use my Word, but I'm going to read from our rule. Okay. Rule 9C, evidence upon declaration, says number 1, at least 10 days prior to a hearing, any party that proposes to introduce a declaration into evidence shall mail or deliver a copy of such declaration to other parties, together with a notice as provided below. The notice is word for word. I could read it, but it was word for word as is found in Exhibit A, just basically saying this. So this is Exhibit A. So on December 24th, which is more than 10 days before today, this was emailed with Mark Vondero's declaration saying the accompanying declaration of Mr. Mark Vondero will be introduced as evidence at the hearing in case number 6188-1. Mr. Mark Vondero will not be called to testify in person, and you will not be entitled to question the declarant unless you notify me, Josephine Lee, by email at, and there's her email, that you wish to cross-examine. To be effective, the request must be mailed or delivered to me, Josephine Lee, on or before December 31st, 2020. That's exactly word for word our Rule 9, what is required to be the notice. Once that notice has been sent 10 days before, which it was in this case, unless that party, the other party within 7 days after such mailing or delivery, mails or delivers a request to cross-examine, which was not done. The right to cross-examine, and now I'm reading from the rule, the right to cross-examine such declarant is waived. and the declaration, if introduced in evidence, shall be given the same effect as if the declarant had testified in person. So that's the rule. So prior to today, that email, any email was not sent 10 days before, and it did not include the wording that is required by the rule. This time, an email was sent 10 days before. And so as a result, we may take it as direct evidence.
The 24th of December is Christmas Eve.
Okay, it doesn't say, it says 10 days, 7 days. It doesn't say what the date is, but
The-
you
the-
don't,
the-
that's what the rule says.
I understand, but I'm just saying, logistically speaking, what's feasible and what's is also important and reasonable. Ms. Richards, when did you receive that email?
I'm not sure. I would have to look.
Do you recall ever receiving anything like that?
I recall, I have the email.
When did you get it?
I don't know the exact date. It was last year sometime, you know.
It was received in the clerk's office on December 24th. It was the date of the letter.
Are you,
It's not listed. Yeah, dated December 24th. That's the Christmas Eve. I guess you were pretty busy on Christmas Eve, huh?
okay, are you talking about a letter from me?
No, a
Or
letter
the
from
one that was from the,
Ms. Lee, the attorney from
okay.
the district.
I don't know the exact date without looking.
So in your mind, you're not properly noticed if you don't recall receiving it or you're understanding what the contents of the letter.
Senator Holden, you're putting words in the in her
No,
mouth.
please let me add. We got to help the lady out. She's in getting it from the right and left side. Come on.
Senator, the
No,
rule.
you're a lawyer. She's not. And let me ask this. Let me get.
Senator, the rule says shall include it as evidence. It was followed to the T. There's no questioning it. And it just means that the Mr. Vondro's evidence is direct evidence. It doesn't mean anything else.
Let me say, Ms. Richard, if you were aware of the contents of the letter and the declaration, would you call Mr. Mark Bonder to ask him some questions?
No, I did not.
Would you want to? He's entering evidence in your case. Would you want to know what's his background or something about him that's relevant to your case? Obviously, so I understand you want to talk to your manager about some of the questions, and I'm saying that obviously here you're limited as to what you might be able, to the extent you would participate in your own defense.
Do you have any questions, Senator, for Ms. Richards, other than about whether she had notice of something that was sent to her on the 24th of December?
I don't hear you, Madam Chair.
Can anyone hear me? Sorry.
Yeah, I'm having trouble hearing you.
Okay, my apologies for my microphone issues. Please just wave your hands if you cannot hear me. Senator, do you have any questions for Ms. Richards about her testimony or about facts you need to know with regard to the 6 findings? Do you have any questions along those lines?
Madam Chair, other members are asking questions. They want answers to the question they were asked, and I want the same thing.
Understood, but you're going off on an irrelevant tangent, Senator, and asking if you have any relevant questions.
Chair, did you ask everybody if they had relevant questions?
There's clearly relevant to the 6 findings.
My questions are relevant to me when I'm cast my vote. Ms. Richard?
Yes.
You bought your machine in 2007, correct? You testified,
Yes, that's correct.
and your machine was permitted. You got a permit for the machine when that particular machine.
We got it when we put it in.
Or did it? So at the time you bought it, installed it for its use, you got a permit.
Yes,
Was it permitted before you install, or when you bought it, you get a permit before you install it?
I would imagine it came about the same time because you have to have the permit to operate.
Permit to operate, yes, but is it permit to use? Is your understanding that you have to have a permit before you install it? Or you don't know.
Well, I can't tell you the exact, timing on it, but I know that we would have had it at the same time. We would have had the permit once the machine was in operation.
Okay. So when you got the permit, what's the timeline on the permit? Let me rephrase this so you understand it. Is there anything in that permit that said that the use of the perk machine would be denied after
Not in the permit.
well, it was not in the permit.
There was no, your permit is only good for a year. So it would have to be renewed every year. There was nothing in the permit that said it would only be good for till what year.
Right. Well, the last time you received a permit, it was before December 31st,
2020, yeah, it was last April.
you received last April.
Mine come due in April.
And that permit was for 1 year?
Yes, it will be good up until 2021, April 1st.
Well, how do you feel about learning that the permit ended December 31st, 20?
Well, I feel like I'm cheated out of 4 months
Well,
use.
don't you think you should have, if you're going to be ending, if the permit condition ended December 31st, 2020, don't you think it'd be fair to tell you that your permit would not be for 1 year? How do you think?
Well, I suppose that's true.
Do you think you should have been told that the permit would not be for 1 year? You don't understand what I'm saying? Should you have, in your mind, should you have been told that the permit was not going to be for 1 year?
Yes, that would have been the thing for them to do.
That would have been helpful to you then.
I'm sorry, what?
That would have been helpful
Yes.
to you for making business decisions. When you bought the machine in 2007, were you aware of that time that this Rule 1421 was in effect?
We knew it was in effect, but we bought the machine with extra controls on it that would allow us to operate it a couple of years more.
So who told you that?
That was our understanding when we bought the machine.
There was already testimony that Ms.
Yeah.
Richards was told that by the vendor.
That you had extra controls on
Right.
that machine?
That's why we bought the new machine.
You
We
know-
already had a good machine, but we couldn't operate that one as long as we could if we bought this new one.
What happened to the old machine?
We had to get rid of it.
Okay.
And we'd only had that one since 91.
How much did the machine cost in 2007?
That was over 100,000.
$100,000. And
The one we bought in 91, it had 2 pockets on it.
the one in 91 was 100,000. What about the one in 2007? Or you don't know?
I'm not sure, because my husband always took care of all that. So It was less, of course. I want to say, I don't know, 60, 70,000, somewhere in there, maybe.
Madam Chair, I'm asking these questions because it's a small business, as you stated early on, and I'm trying to get some information that's pertinent to this case where I can cast my vote.
Yes, so
Yeah.
the questions you're asking now are completely relevant.
So you're asking for additional time, is that correct?
That's correct.
I think you said something like April or May of this year.
Well, that's when my permit is, up in April.
Well, your permit is up in April. They're
So
telling
I
you,
know that I won't be able to get a new one for that machine.
they said your permit is up in December 31st, 2020, not
Well,
this April.
right.
So
But on the permit, it says 4/1.
really? 4/1, what's 4/1?
4/1/21 is when my permit, that's what it says on my permit.
Oh,
If I may clarify, Senator, that's actually an invoice for the annual renewal. That's not the permit. That's what is sent out annually for the paying the bill, the annual invoice, and it gives you an expiration date on the invoice for the year.
Thank
So-
you.
thank you for the point. However, for a person, when you apply for a permit, it said 4/1, were you under the impression that your permit was granted until that time period, 4/1/21?
Well, not when they gave me the new 1421 where we had to quit using it on the 31st.
When did he give you that notice?
I've been getting them for a couple of years, I think.
So you knew at the time you got the new permit, and it
I
said,
didn't know it at the time we got the permit. We've only known it for the last couple of years.
You mean, sorry, let's clarify. You didn't know when you got the new machine in 2007, but the permit in April of 2020, you testified you already knew about Rule 1421 deadline because you knew that in 2019, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
when did you learn about the 2019, about the new permit condition 1421?
When they sent us the letters that said we couldn't use our machine after 2020,
Oh.
December 31st.
I'll put this up and ask Ms. Richards if she received this in 2019 and she testified.
Yes, I did.
Well, were you put on notice? Is it your impression that you're being properly notified that you could not use your machine after December 31st, 2020?
Yes, we knew that.
And all you asked for additional time to raise a little money to buy the new machine so you can be in compliance.
Well, the reason was because my laundromat, I had a fire in the laundromat last summer in August.
So not only are you you are a small business, right?
Very small, yes.
And so you had an additional hardship,
Yes.
fire, and you also lost your husband who managed the business primarily.
And he was the one that handled all this kind of business.
I
Like
understand.
the machinery and, making sure we had everything we needed.
Ms. Richard, I just want to say to you that it's tough, and I wish you the very best.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I would like for the board, can you all hear me, to take a 15-minute break. And this will be a good time for that. I see Ms. Verdugo-Peralta, you have your hand up, but Dr. Bernstein, did you have a question before as well, right? I think you were next. Okay, so when we come back, Dr. Bernstein will ask his question and then Ms. Verdugo-Peralta will turn it to you. So we'll take a, take a 15-minute break. We'll come back at 10:40. Sorry, at 10:40. Please do not leave the meeting. And please mute your microphones, and you can turn off your video if you'd like to. We're off the record.
I'm afraid if I turn it off, I won't be able to get it back on.
You can do whatever you want.
I think I'll just leave it.
Just know we're webcasting this, so anything you might say, not only will we hear it, but so will people in the public.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I'm going to go ask my manager the question about the 800 pounds.
That would be a great time to do that.
Okay.
Okay,
Madam
10
Chair.
before you do that. Yes.
Madam Chair, I can unmute her and mute her if that's easier.
That maybe mute her. And then
All right,
thank you.
no problem.
Okay, we'll start reassembling to go back on the record. I think I fixed my microphone problem, so yeah. And I think it might be the same problem Dr. Bernstein had. So I'll let him know later what I did. I had my technical advisor help me on the break.
Your 12-year-old son?
What? No, my husband. My friend, he's 14, my son.
14.
Yeah, no, he's in school, so to speak. No, I had a setting on my audio for Zoom, Dr. Bernstein, you might want to check out, which had, if you look at audio, video settings.
But I don't. Oh.
Under audio, there's a thing you can say that it automatically adjusts the volume. Is that me?
It might be Miss K. She looks like she's frozen.
Okay.
But you, Julie, are echoing.
Am I still? Or was that?
Not now, just like a few minutes.
Yeah, it's actually Miss Richards who's echoing for whatever reason. I think she has 2 devices on, but when you're talking, Julie, you can hear it bounce back from her.
Okay.
And I think she's frozen also, looks like.
Well, she has 2 devices on, one that I think that's frozen, but then she has.
Oh, I see.
Okay. So I don't know what's going on.
Is she attempting to come back in?
Yeah, she was out, she came back in. So there's 2 settings for her, but again, I don't know if she has 2 devices on, and because, you know, maybe like she lost connection and so she's using something else, but.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I mean, now I can hear you.
Okay, I just don't know how to get my video back.
Okay. You might want to try to leave the meeting and come back in on your computer, and that might readjust you.
I can try. What do I do?
We'll wait.
Okay, exit out.
Exit out of here. This way?
Nope. Hit that one.
Okay.
Leave meeting.
Do I hit here?
Mm-hmm. See.
I'll be looking for her to come back. Dr. Bernstein, so did you hear what I was saying while we're waiting?
Yes.
Next to the video icon, there's that, you know, up, down, you know, that, you know. Under video settings, if you go to audio, there's a thing that mine was automatically pressed. It said automatically adjust microphone volume. And that might be why you go in and out. So if you say you don't want that anymore, it might fix that for you. Seems to have fixed my problem. Okay, I see that she's back.
Okay.
Promote her.
All right, I did it. We'll see what happens.
Okay. Yeah, see she's back on. Let's see if her camera's working. Ms. Richards, you're back in as panelist. Are you able to turn back on your camera or hear us? And was that Anthony before who had said that you were able to unmute her?
No, that's Day. I can only send a request to unmute, ask to unmute, but not actually unmute her.
Ms. Richards, if you can hear us, you're both muted and we don't see your video. But if we can at least get your audio, that would be helpful. Ms. Richards, if you hear us and you're having a hard time turning on your video or your microphone, if you can, I guess, exit again and try again, because we're not able to unmute you and we still cannot see you. Perhaps, I don't know, Madam Clerk, do we have a number for her? We do have the email address, I'm sure of that. We do have a number. Would you want to try to call her? See if, what the issue is on that end?
Okay, I'll try to call.
Thank you. Teresa, maybe she needs to call in instead.
I see her, she's just having problem getting her audio working. Where we can hear her, because I believe she can see you and she can hear us.
So then maybe she should call in. How does that work?
She can hear us, but she can't see us. So that's what we're trying. She's trying to get the audio. It's strange to me the way that she came in. She's got a couple of like Zooms open. I'm not understanding that. So if you just give me just a moment, okay?
Yes.
Day, this is Alterice. Can you help me? She has a link that she's using through her email
Uh-huh.
to get on to Zoom.
Uh-huh.
Once she clicks on this link and it's asking her for her email, but she got it through her email. So I don't know how to help her get to where she can get in because it keeps asking her for her email.
Ah, ok. Entonces ahí está. Sí,
Um,
entonces ahí está. Está bien para decirle.
the link should bring her directly to this meeting.
That's-
The only thing she probably has to do is put in her name, but that's about it.
Okay, well, okay, let me,
I sent you a message through Jabber to see maybe she has to reboot her PC to clear everything out, but
oh, okay.
Teresa, when I use the link, I do have to put in my email again. So, so
Okay. You're using a link, correct? Okay, so put in your email again. Okay, and now what does it say? Okay, hit join. Okay. Okay. Now, where are you? Because, okay, there you go. I see you. Okay. Okay, they just promoted you. Okay. Okay, you can see us? Okay. Okay. All right. Now we need you to open your camera where there's the icon for a video. Do you see that? I believe it's on the left-hand side. Mohan, she says she can see us, but she doesn't know how to bring up her video. Is it on the left-hand side where
it's on the left-hand side. If she puts a mouse over it's on the bottom left.
Okay. It is on the bottom left-hand side.
May I ask?
And-
May I add that you can use a keyboard shortcut, alternate A to unmute or mute, and alternate V to display video or not. So those are the shortcut on the keyboard.
Okay.
Okay.
I was told you could use Alt. If you hit your Alt key, the ALT key, and V, and the letter V, and V as in Victor. It'll bring up your video. Alt and V together. I don't know how long.
She may have to reboot her PC.
Okay, yeah. So if you hit Alt and V at the same time, it should click on and off. Okay. Okay, then try this because we need your audio. That'll be Alt and A. Yes, do that. Okay, then you have some kind of a problem with your computer because it should be working. I mean, that's.
Have her try turning down the PC and turning off the PC, turning it back on, trying to come back in. And if she can't, can she call in on the line?
Did you hear the chair? Okay, what you need to do is get out of your computer, totally get out of the computer and restart it. Yes. And what you hear is because you're on your phone and your devices together. That's why you hear the echo.
we can have her try this rebooting, and if not, we could attempt to take a lunch break and give her time to come back on. I see she left, so I assume she's attempting the reboot.
Okay, yeah, she is restarting. She shut her computer down, and so it's coming back up.
All right, if that doesn't work, we'll try to there are instructions for how to call in, right? I know that that Cynthia will call in when she can't.
There's a special phone number, and then you just put in also the meeting number.
Yeah.
It's real easy.
Yeah, I'll give her those instructions if she can't get back on.
Okay.
Teresa,
Yes.
also, I don't want to send too many conflicting, but on the screen, when there are 3 dots there on the top right. If she moves her mouse to the top right, she'll see 3 dots. And she clicks on that, it gives you an option to start the video, stop the video, and so forth.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I don't see that on my, oh, above her video, you mean? Above her square?
Okay, are you in yet?
Right in the top right hand of the
You mean
square.
of her square, of her video square. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let me give you the number. There is a number you can call in because we either need to, I can give you the number to call in, and we can do the meeting using your phone. We won't be able to see you on video, I don't think. Are you? Yeah, I do want you to try, but in the event that we can't, then you can call in as well. Let me know when you're. Just let me know when you get to the link. Okay. Okay, what else do you see? At the top on the right, there should be like maybe 3 dots. Okay. Right, that's us. Okay, now at the bottom on the left-hand side, all the way down to the bottom. Okay. Okay. Can you do both? Okay. Okay, do this, try the start video. Okay, then go to the audio. Okay. Very good.
Says it's connecting to audio. So can you speak?
Right.
It's connected.
Stay right there. It says that you're trying to connect to the audio, which is what we need so we can at least hear you. Okay. So as soon as it connects to audio. Okay. Check your volume on your computer to make sure that it's on. Yeah. It might be your keys F1, F2, F3, or I think F. Okay, at the top on your computer, on the first row of keys, there's an F1, F2, or F3 key. Hit your F3 key. That should be your audio. That should be your volume on your.
It's still connecting her. So I don't know if it doesn't look like it has connected.
Okay. No, just hold on. It's trying to connect to your audio. You said that it said, what did it say about your microphone? Yes. Yes. Okay. Now, okay. What I need you to do is unmute your, because it's muted. So down at the bottom, on the left-hand side, you should see where it says mute and stop video. Do you see an icon?
She has to move her mouse down there for it to appear.
Okay. You have to move your mouse down there for it to appear. And it should either be an icon or it should say mute. It looks kind of like a microphone. Okay. Okay. Then it seems like you're going to have to use your phone then, because that for whatever reason, I don't know why your computer is doing what it's doing, but I mean, if you can see us and you can hear us, but we can't see or hear you. So let me give you the number for you to call in on your phone. Okay, you ready? Okay, it's going to be 1-669 900 6833. Okay, Julie, she's having some kind of problems with her computer, even in rebooting it. It didn't recognize her camera, and then it didn't recognize or couldn't locate the microphone. So she's going to call in. I gave her the information to call in using her cell phone.
Mhm.
So
I don't want to complicate things, but she could also download the app for Zoom on her phone. I think that would be complicating the matter.
right. She doesn't seem to, and I don't know what kind of device she's using, her computer. So, I mean, she did have camera access and audio earlier, but I don't know what's happened since.
I think it's fine. We've seen her, and so we've all seen who she is. We've all had the ability to assess her credibility as to who she is. And so at this point, I think it would be fine if she just called in so that we could complete the hearing.
Well, I did tell her to shut down her computer and try to call in. So I gave her all the information. Hopefully she will be doing. There she goes. Yeah.
Okay.
697. Okay.
Yeah. Talking is permitting, but she has to be told how to unmute her microphone. Oh, she's unmuted.
Okay.
Okay, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Oh, wonderful. Okay. All right, Ms. Richards, we're going to then go back on the record. I just want to make sure everyone is back. We were all waiting so that I don't see Dr. Bernstein yet. I see Ms. Manwaring. Okay, wonderful. And when we left off, Dr. Bernstein was going to ask you some questions, Ms. Richards. So I'm going to turn it to him.
Hi, Ms. Richards. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, just another point. At the end of last year, 2020, you were averaging approximately 9 cycles per week. Is that correct?
I would say that's approximate.
Okay. Prior to the pandemic, how many cycles would you say you were averaging per week at that time?
I'm trying to think.
Did you testify earlier that you lost about 70% of your business?
Right. That would be correct. Yes. So, I don't know.
Okay, I can figure that out then roughly if a 70% reduction in your business amounts to 9 cycles per week, we can figure that out. Once 2020 ended and 2021 ensued with the implementation of the rule modification not to use PERC machines, are you now outsourcing approximately 9 cycles per week?
Probably it might be less than that. I'm not sure because we've only been doing it for this week because we were closed. We didn't do any cleaning, of course, on the 1st, and we don't clean on Saturday. So we've cleaned Monday and Tuesday. We had approximately, I think it was 20 pounds one day and 40 pounds the next.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And Ms. Verdugo Peralta had some questions as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This also goes to the number of cycles that have been in operation, which was stated as approximately 9 cycles per week at 35 pounds. I did a quick little math here, and that came out to 315 pounds per week. If we limit to 800, I don't know whether you had the opportunity to discuss that with your manager, Ms. Richards, but that really would only take you to probably a couple of weeks plus if you were doing this based on what you told us, the 9 pounds per week. So the question then becomes, as Mr. Balakapalan stated earlier, could you limit yourself to that 800 pounds by either outsourcing, reducing the number of cycles per week to still be able to be in business and keep your doors open?
I talked to my manager about it, and he said he would be able to manage that at the 800 pounds.
Okay,
It
so
depends on how long that I get the variance.
well,
too.
it's a combination of the 800 pound limit and how far you can
Right.
extend that out. It's not just a matter of time. And I wanted you to be aware of that and also to discuss that with your manager and that have your manager be aware of that, because that's a realistic number that we are utilizing based on the information that we have received from the other hearings as well as our engineers. And it looks like that may be the limit that you would be limited to. That may be the number that you'd be limited to. So the question becomes, can you still operate within those parameters?
Well, he said yes.
Okay. Okay.
I asked him in the break.
Okay. Thank you.
Mhm.
Then I do have just a couple of questions so we can shore up the amount of time that you need in order to get that machine in place. Ms. Richards, you had mentioned that you wanted to have the variance to allow yourself to get enough money to pay for the machine, and you estimated about 3 to 5 months for that. But you also indicated that you gave us Exhibit 1, which was an estimate from Arthur Kajiwara that you wouldn't have the machine until April 2021, the earliest. And you gave us a proposal which has only a 30-day limitation. So the assumption is you would need to put in at least a purchase order very soon, certainly no more than 30 days. Is that your
Right.
anticipating that? What is your plan as far as that's concerned? Would you be able to do that? Especially if we were to consider granting a variance today and we were to have a condition in there that would require by a certain date that you do put in a purchase order, would that be something you're planning to do and able to do?
Well, I would be planning to do that.
And would that be, so the date of the proposal was December 30th. So
Right.
you plan to do that by the end of this month?
Yes, that's what the time he gave me to make my decision.
Okay. And what about financing? How long do you think that might take if financing becomes your option? And meaning, how long would it take to put that financing into place?
Well, that I can't give you an exact answer right now. I have to work on it.
Okay. Do you see that as being viable within the next month or two?
I believe so. I have a couple of options, and so I want to pursue both of them.
Okay. I don't think I had any other questions. Board members, additional questions for Ms. Richards?
Yes, Ms. Richards, are you also looking at the SBA microloans?
Yes, that's one of the options. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Very good. That's all I had. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions for Ms. Richards? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Richards. And, we're so sorry, given the pandemic that you're having such a hard time attending today's hearing, but I'm glad we still have you on the phone and you can still see us. So what I'm going to do now, yes, and I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Manwaring, who has one witness or two witnesses that she wishes to present. And what we'll do is we'll have her present her witnesses first, and then if you have any questions, you can ask, and then the board will ask questions as well, just as we have similarly done with you. So I'm going to turn it to Ms. Manwaring now.
Okay.
And you are muted. There you go.
I am?
No, I was. Thank you for the reminder.
Oh,
I met Ms.
sorry.
Manwaring.
All right. The district would like to call Miss Emily Chow, please.
I'm here. I'm here.
Good morning.
Afternoon.
Miss Chow, did you take the oath today?
Yes, I did.
Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Hi, my name is Emily Chow, EMILYCHAU,
And what is your position with the district?
air quality engineer.
Were you asked to review the facility permit prior to today's hearing?
Yes, I did.
All right. And did you also review the permitting history?
Yes, I did.
All right. Have you been listening to Ms. Richards' testimony today?
Yes, I did.
And you heard some testimony about permitting a machine in 2007 and getting rid of a different machine. Did you hear that testimony today?
Yes, I heard.
Based on your own review of the permitting history, could you please help us understand what was there in 2007 and what was replaced and why?
Okay. Just a quick look. Based on the past permit, on the permit in 2007, when we permit in late November 2007, the permit history was shown as the facility filed the application on October 23rd, 2007, and for the installation of the new PERT dry cleaning machine to replace two existing PERT dry cleaning machines. The old one has to be replaced because they are not equipped with secondary control, and the new machine has a secondary control.
Okay, so during the permitting process in 2007, Frantz cleaners what was the, excuse me, Madam Chair, I need to take just a moment, please.
Yes, take a moment.
Thank you very much for that.
Deborah, you may.
Ms. Chow, you were just telling us briefly about the permitting exercise in 2007. How many, what is the perk limit that was put on the current permit in 2007?
That is 37 gallons of PERT per year.
Okay, and that amount was based on an industrial-wide risk reduction?
That's correct.
All right. All right, let's talk a little bit more about the current permit now.
Okay.
Are you able to, you just told us that the permit limit is 37 gallons per year.
That's correct.
Were you able to conduct a risk assessment for petitioner's machine at this location?
Yes, I did.
All right, and could you please explain your findings of that risk assessment?
Based on the a tier 3 risk assessment was performed. Based on the result, we have calculated that the increase in the cancer risk, assuming 10 gallons per year usage of PERT for 1 year, will be 0.09 in a million.
Could you repeat that? 0.09 in a million?
0.09. So 0.09.
And again, that would be the incremental increase in risk based on an assumption of 10 gallons used over a year.
That's correct.
Okay, so anything, if this board were to grant a variance of 1 gallon, that would necessarily be less of a risk. That number would be lower.
That's
If the
correct.
variance, okay, thank you. Regarding the permit, can you provide any information about the machine's efficiency in terms of mileage or pounds of clothes per cycle? What can you help this board understand based on this machine?
Well, the machine capacity is 60 pounds per load. That's what we have it in file. Right, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about perk permits generally. In 2002, when this rule was passed, there was about 2,200 perk machines permitted in the district. Is that correct? Yes, the actual number is 2181. Oh, thank you. Where do you get that information from? That was from the staff report for Rule 1421. It's on page 140 in table C5. And were you and your team asked to take a look at a total number of dry cleaning facilities and permits to get familiar with the number of dry cleaners? Were you asked to look at the totals? Mm-hmm. Right now, the total of permits or active permit is oh, sorry. Let me open it up. Ms. Chow, give me just a moment. Let me rephrase the question. Mm-hmm. What is the total number of permitted dry cleaners in the district? Perk or otherwise, the total number of dry cleaning facilities? That would be 964. Okay, now of the 964, how many facilities do not have a permitted machine? In other words, how many of the 964 have come into compliance with the December deadline? That would be 9. Sorry, I'm open the wrong one. I'm sorry. Okay, sorry, can you say the question again? You just told us the universe of dry cleaning facilities in the basin is 964 facilities. And I'd like to this board to know, of those 964, how many are already in compliance, meaning they don't have a perk system? Out of those, there would be 845 facilities that are in compliance. All right, I'm not even gonna pretend my math is that good. I ran those numbers before I asked the question, but would you agree that's roughly 90%? That's correct. All right, thank you. So this board would like to have a little bit more information about how many perk systems are out there in the district. So can you please tell us, based on the permitting activity, how many perk systems are currently have active permits in the district? Right now we have 119 perk active permits. All right, and some of those are facilities with perk plus another permitted system, and some of those are facilities with just a perk permitted system. So of the 119 facilities that have an active perk permit, could you break that down? How many only have a perk permit? All right, so out of 119, there would be 77 facility and permits that have only perk machine. The rest would be 42 perk plus another permit, hydrocarbon compliance permit. Thank you very much for that testimony, Ms. Chow. Madam Chair, I'm going to turn it over to the board at this time. I may ask for some misdirect on Ms. Richards, but I don't need it this time, and I'd like to let you proceed with our witness.
Okay, thank you. First, I'm going to see, Mr. Richards, that you heard that testimony. Did you hear that testimony from Ms. Chow?
Yes, I did.
And do you have any questions for Ms. Chow?
No, I don't.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Richards. Board members, questions for Ms. Chow? Mr. Balagopalan.
Yes. Ms. Zhao, those numbers you cited, you ran the data, those numbers yourself, the query to get those numbers?
That's the query was run by our permit streamlining team as of January 5th, 2021.
Okay.
And it was the data was queried from our class database.
Do you happen to know if they only looked at one equipment category code or the multiple? Are there more than one equipment category code for the dry cleaners for hydrocarbon machines?
I haven't looked into the data yet, so I will have to get back to you on that.
Okay. All right. That's all I had. Thank you.
Board members, any other questions for Ms. Chow? Senator Holden.
Are you? Let me ask you a question. You said there are only 77 machines that are functioning that are functioning within the guidelines, 1421.
Yes.
Only 77 out of over 2,000.
No. That are, wait, make sure that Ms. Chow, that you're clear on the question. The question the senator asked was, are only 77 machines in compliance with Rule 1421?
Oh, I'm sorry, that's incorrect. So we have 77 machines that from the 77 facility that has only PERC machine. So the total of the PERC machine would be 119.
And
119.
Not in compliance.
those ones that are not, that still have an active PERC permit and may be out of compliance if they are using those machines. Is that correct?
That's correct.
119 are part of the total permit, whether permitted in the district. How many is permitted in the district?
For the dry cleaning machine, totally in the district right now is 964. So 119 a PERC out of.
Please, I don't understand you too well. You may not understand me either. I have my throat.
Right. So total of dry cleaning machine active permits, dry cleaning machine facility in the basin right now is 964.
964 out of 2,000.
No. You're asking different questions. Right now, the question Ms. Chow just answered is how many dry cleaning machines, whether they're PERC or not PERC, how many total are actively permitted? And the answer was 964. Is that correct, Ms. Chow?
Yes.
Of those, how many remain PERC, active PERC permitted? 100, correct?
119.
Okay. The 2,200 number, that was from 2002, is that correct?
Yes.
So in 2000, there were 2,200 PERC machines, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Today, there are only active permits remaining from those 2,200, 119 active permits for PERC machines, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so out of the 2,200, only 119 remain, but not all of them are operating. They simply still have an active permit, correct?
That's correct.
For example, Ms. Richards has an active permit for a PERC machine. However, pending today's hearing, she has not used the machine because she does not wish to be out of compliance, correct?
Yes.
That's one example of out of the 119 that they may not be using it at all. Is that correct?
Yes.
Just want to be clear, Senator, that you're asking apples to apples and make sure that you're very clear with Ms. Chow as to which numbers you're asking for.
How many machines that are in compliance with 1421?
When you say incompliant, I assume it's non-compliant, which is
Senator, pardon me. Ms. Chow is an engineer and compliance is not her area. So I just want to understand the question that you're asking her and whether or not she has access to that information from her own personal knowledge.
You answered a lot of questions about which ones are permitted. She gave a lot of detailed information. So let her answer this, please.
Absolutely. Any questions about permits she would have from personal knowledge? Questions about compliance she would not have from personal knowledge.
Okay, how many 1420, how many machines are permitted in the district in compliance with 1421?
Objection.
You could have, come on.
I think we can get that number. Okay.
It's not a kangaroo court. Let me ask her.
Okay.
Come on.
Okay, but you have to be very clear, please.
Clear. Not ask questions that are pertinent. Can
Sure.
you
No one's saying what's relevant or not relevant. I'm asking you to have very clear questions.
answer the question? I know my voice is hoarse, but I'm sorry about that.
Okay, I don't know if I can, I will try my best here. So out of the number of total active permits, non-PERT permits would be 917. For the PERT permits, that will be the rest.
I'm sorry, can you say that again? 917 non-PERC?
Non-PERT machine.
How many?
Those numbers don't seem to add up. That's
Yeah,
why
you gave 845 earlier, Ms. Chow.
Right. 845. Okay, so there will be two numbers. One would be the number of facility operating the machine. So if we are talking about the number of permits, that will be a little bit different. Most of the facility, they have one machine, but some facility, they have two machines. So if we are talking about number of facilities, we have totally of 964 facility. Out of that, 845 facility has non-PERT machine.
no PERC machines. And is that correct? No.
Yes.
Are compliant.
So 90% are compliant out of the outstanding permitted facilities. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. How many have applied for a permit to deactivate, taken out of service?
Okay. We are tracking the rate of inactivation. Out of these things, this number is as of this early, like yesterday. So how many of them has been inactivated since last week? That's what you're asking for?
How many machines that have been requested for a permit to deactivate?
Okay, I have to look it up a little bit. So,
What's the time frame of your question, Senator? Do you mean since 2002 or do you mean in the last week?
General, altogether.
Altogether. That's a very, I don't know that.
The rules say if you're going to take it out of service, you have to have a permit to deactivate the equipment. Read it right here. It's part of the declaration.
Okay, I'm trying to understand how this is going to give you more relevant information than the fact that in.
Let me decide what's I'm going to do. Come on, you interrupted me.
Okay, but this.
Let her answer this question, please.
I'm trying to keep out repetitive information.
Come on.
Chow can answer that question clearly. Ms. Chow can answer.
You are asking about the number of requests to inactivate the permit? Right? To deactivate, right? Yeah. To deactivate the permit. Let me, I have to open it up a big large data file to check it out. But what I think your question is come from the number of active permits and the number of applications we receive in terms of compliance machine.
Right.
Ms. Chow, are you clear on the time frame that the Senate is asking for?
So what we have on our data is from the month of December 2020, we had 33 applications submitted for dry cleaning machine. And from December 2020, we have permit 40, that's including the application received before December 4th, 2020. We have permit 40 applications for the dry cleaning machine.
Madam Ms. Shah, when a request is received for a permit to deactivate the machine, does that suggest that the new machine that's in operation at that location meet the 1421?
I'm afraid I cannot answer that question. It's not in my knowledge.
Or when they deactivate, do they go out of business? When they make a request to deactivate, are they saying to you they're going out of business?
Senator, you're asking her to speculate as to why a facility did something over a number of times. There's lots of different reasons a facility might ask to deactivate a permit.
No, but I asked the other question. She was reluctant to answer, so I put it in this form.
Senator, she has not been reluctant to answer any of your questions.
My question is this.
No, she has not, Senator.
You know what I think? That you guys are operating a kangaroo in hearing, in my view.
Oh.
That's what I think.
I'm sorry you feel that way.
Yeah, because that's the way you're conducting yourself.
Okay.
Not only in this case, but the previous one.
Evidence from credible witnesses as to the specific information we need for the 6 findings.
It's not a good image for AQMD, let me tell you.
Sorry you feel that way.
Not at all.
I hope my fellow board members don't feel that way.
I do, and there got to be some changes.
Okay, sorry, Senator.
There are going to be some changes.
Okay, thank you for threatening me,
I'm
Senator.
not threatening you.
Okay, is there any? Do you have questions for Ms. Chow that she can answer?
Well, are you planning to take a recess permit? Recess?
I was hoping that we would be able to finish this hearing. However,
hopefully, if they did,
then we would take
a report provided for the hearing board of the numbers that she already, the question that was asked in the response that she gave in terms of the number of machines that are in operation or the ones that meet the 1421.
I'm sorry. Can you please, Senator, at the risk of you calling me a kangaroo court, can you please tell me the relevance to any one of the 6 findings as to your questions that you are delving way deep into and really wasting the resources of this board?
Now you're insulting me.
I'm asking the relevance, because if there is a relevance to the 6 findings, then we will move on with the questions. Otherwise, we should try to end the hearing.
I think you asked questions about the number of machines in operation. You asked questions about which ones are in compliance. You asked a question about how many permits that are outstanding, and to you that was relevant. When I started asking questions especially in the same area, then you said they're not relevant.
I actually did not ask those questions. Ms. Manwaring was asking those questions of Ms. Chow in answering the questions that you had placed to Ms. Manwaring before the holiday. She was trying to clarify the numbers that were set forth. Those numbers have been clarified as follows, and I'm asking what more you need. In 2002, there were 2,200 non-compliant PERC machines. As of,
how do you know?
Sorry?
How do you know that?
Because it was in the staff report, which we took official notice of last time we had a hearing.
No, I told you that.
Do that again? Would you like to do that again? I could take official knowledge. Again, this is really irrelevant. Right now, a particular person is coming before us, a petitioner, asking for a variance. Not one of the 6 findings requires us to tell or to know how many others are out of compliance. However, because they were asked, they're attempting to give you numbers. Ms. Chow is testifying that there were 2,200, and that was based on the knowledge the governing board had when it adopted the rule in 2002. Ms. Chow looked into the records and saw that right now there's a universe of 964 facilities that have permits for dry cleaning machines. Of those, 845 do not have perk machines, and so they are in compliance. That means 90% of everything outstanding of outstanding permits are in compliance with 1421. And I'm trying to figure out what more you want to know and how is more relevant. So if you want to ask more questions, but all we're doing is wasting our time and the time of the petitioner who's before us trying to make a case.
Madam Chair, please. How many machine operators are in compliance with 1421?
Ms. Chow, did you hear that question?
Right.
They give her the answer right now.
Okay. I let me clear on my screen a little bit. There's a lot of stuff in here. So just to be clear, so the question is how many facility in compliance, which we comply with Rule 1421 right now. Is that correct?
That's the question.
Right.
At the December 31st deadline.
Right. So first of all, as an engineer, I would not testify on the compliance as that is for the inspector. However, I can testify that the number of facility that has non-purge machine, which is comply with Rule 1421, is 845 facility.
How many?
845.
Are you saying then that the 845 are in compliance with 1421?
With the December deadline.
Correct. As of last week.
They're in compliance with 1421. 800.
And 45.
845 are in compliance.
Now 3 times.
Okay. Yes.
Is that yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Board members, any other questions for Ms. Chow? Dr.
I have a question, Madam Chair. Hi, Ms. Chow. Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Happy New Year. The most recent permit was dated when for this facility?
That would be November 2007.
The most recent permit was November of 2007?
Yes, that's correct. Oh, and then yes, that is the permit issue date when we permit the issue, and then after year, the facility renew their permit.
Okay, I'm sorry. Let me clarify then. So the most recent renewal was when?
Okay, I don't have the data readily right now, but I will have to look it up.
I think it was in the attachment we got from Ms. Richards. So it was, they got the renewal notice and it's renewed for until April 1 of this year.
Oh, that's correct. That's correct. Thank you.
Okay, so there's the receipt that you're referring to, okay? The permit application, that's a receipt, I guess, that we were sent this morning as an exhibit.
Yes, the permits are not reissued every year.
So what I'm trying to understand is, just clarify for me, a permit was issued from April of 2020, let's just say the renewal permit. And they extended the permitting of the equipment beyond, given Rule 1421, the permit was extended till April of 2021. That permit would, according to Rule 1421, it would be expire on December 31st.
I think this is gone our AQMD business because every facility they have a billing cycle. So the billing cycle for these facilities is in April. So in April we send out the invoice for them.
Okay, so it's more reflective. So this is more reflective of the billing, but all right, I'm just trying to understand. So it's a bit confusing when we have the implementation of Rule 1421, in which all these permits expire for perk machines in December of 2020. it seems it's confused. It was confusing not only to the respondent, but to me as well, that they would give a permit would be issued beyond the life of the permitting according to the new rule. It's very confusing. I'm just trying to clarify that. And we're saying that, yes, that's what was done because it's more of a billing cycle than anything else. Does anyone understand the point that I'm trying to make? I'm simply trying to clarify. So the permit was formally extended. That's why the confusion on Mrs. Richards' behalf part is that I got a permit, it extended it. I thought I had it until April of 2021. However, the rule obviously ends that permitting process on December 31st of 2020. Right, so I guess what I'm doing is thinking out loud. I'm just trying to understand it. It is confusing. There's no question about it.
Dr. Burns?
Yes, ma'am.
If it may offer some clarity, your use of the term expiration was not precise there. The rule has a compliance deadline of December 31st, 2020. That is not the same as a permit expiring. And as Ms. Chow answered, the billing cycle is separate and distinct from compliance deadlines that apply to a permit. That's not to say it's not confusing. In addition, it's a 90-day billing cycle. And there are some rules around when permits do actually expire for failure to renew. That's not relevant right now, but I'm just trying to offer clarity in terms of billing cycle is distinct from permit expiration, and the compliance deadline is not an expiration of the permit. I hope that's helpful.
It is helpful. It's still tremendously confusing and seems to be something that we should really take a look at to try to coordinate those things together so that no one is as confused as I am. But thank you very much for trying to explain that. Appreciate it.
Mr. Balagopalan.
No, it's not a question. I was just going to clarify, but I'll wait for later. I don't have any questions.
Okay, any other questions from Ms. Chow as to the 6 findings? Okay, thank you, Ms. Chow, as always.
There's a lot of questions.
Oh, sorry. Wait. Did you have another question?
There's a lot of questions relevant to the 6 finding.
I'm sorry?
Colleagues.
I'm sorry.
Previous line of questioning relevant to the 6 findings previously.
Are you asking us if were they relevant?
One of my colleagues are relative to the 6 findings, yes or no?
What? I'm sorry, I don't know what you're asking.
When I answer a question, it's not relevant to the 6 finding. When others ask questions, it's relevant to they're allowed to at least answer the question. I am not, because you always say it's not relevant to the 6 finding.
Okay, that's pretty general. I base it on what question has been asked.
Point.
Okay, sorry, Senator. Your questions are generally very relevant. Sometimes they're not. If they're not, I ask if they're relevant. I do that with everyone because I'm the chair and I'm just trying to move the hearing along and keep it on a relevant path. Okay, I don't want to drag this hearing board through the mud in public. I'm sorry that you want to do that, but that's not really my aim. So
Cause it to happen.
Sorry, I don't know what you're saying, but board members, are there any other questions for Ms. Chow? Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Chow. Ms. Manwaring, were you planning on introducing any other witnesses?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay. So then what I would like to do is see if there's any member of the public who's present who would like to be heard on this matter. And I'm not seeing anyone that we do not recognize. Just going to give a moment. If someone is on either the phone, you can do *9 to raise your hand virtually, or if you are on the Zoom call, you can use the raise hand function that's down below, or otherwise unmute your microphone and let us know that you wish to be heard. Okay. I don't see anyone who wishes to be heard. And so, Ms. Richards, would you like to address the board in a closing statement? Any last words you wish us to hear, or to summarize your position? Did I have a question? No, I don't think I had another question. Anything else you wish to say, Ms. Richards, in closing? Ms. Richards, are you still present?
Oh, boy.
Ms. Richards, are you present? The line is unmuted. Okay. Let me take a moment.
Yeah, I think she has 2 devices working close by.
I don't know if she hears us at all. I don't hear her at all. Would you be able to try and call her? I know she's called in on the phone. I don't know if she would answer.
Yeah, hold on a moment.
Hello?
Ms. Richards,
Hello?
Ms. Richards, is that you?
Yes,
Can you hear us?
yes.
Okay. The question I had asked is, is there any other statements you'd like to make in closing, a brief statement of either your position or anything else you want us to know in closing?
I just want to correct what I said about the 35 gallons and the 100 gallons of solvent. We only buy about 30 gallons of solvent a year. I think that's what our permit was for. And I was real mixed up about that. I'm going back to some of my old machines.
Thank you, and we appreciate that, and we assume that that was just confusion as to.
Yeah, okay, appreciate that.
And is there anything
You
else?
know,
Go ahead.
no, not at this time.
Okay. Ms. Manwaring, closing.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Again, I do not envy your position here. These are very difficult requests. The question of whether or not a facility had notice and made reasonable measures to comply has been an issue in every one of these matters. Frantz Cleaners had notice. When they re-permitted back in 2007, they understood the compliance deadline in 1421. Fast forward to Ms. Richards' very difficult last couple of years, whether or not she understood the rules and whether or not she understood what was needed is a different question. What we've heard today is that Frantz Cleaners has in place an agency contract to take its clothes off site and be cleaned. We also heard that it's located next door to a laundromat that's been the family business for decades. We also heard today that there's a lot of uncertainty around ability to pursue this path of compliance based on finances, based on the fact that there is an agency contract in place and the uncertainty as to the compliance plan. In light of the long notice that it appears that this cleaner had, it is very unfortunate that the district takes this position, but the district cannot support this request based on those facts, and we are opposed to this variance. With that, I wish Ms. Richards all the best, and I defer to this board's judgment.
Thank you, Ms. Manwaring. Board members, would anyone like to begin? Mr. Balagopalan?
I can support issuing and make finding the variance with the conditions that we have done for other dry cleaners, limiting their usage to 800 pounds for the duration of the variance, and they apply for a permit before they install the new equipment. And I think your question too, maybe issue a purchase order within a month for the new machine, so it's on track. And while we cannot talk about the financing because that's a different issue that's not related to our concern, but I'm glad to know that she is also looking at the SBA loan. I did see an article with the new CARES Act, they are actually been very generous with the loan, SBA loan, 504 loan. So that's another thing. Look like she's pursuing that to get to purchase the equipment. So I think I can see make the finding to issue the variance with the conditions that I outlined. Limiting the number which we have done for others to about 800 pounds of clothes, which it's about 1 gallon until she gets the new machine in. And the other thing too is the fact that she hasn't used the machine. And so she, it's also in a favor, that she knew that there was a deadline and they have not used that boat machine and they're outsourcing it right now. So that's also in their favor. So for that, all these reasons, I'm willing to support, make the findings, the 6 findings, and give a limited variance for them to come into compliance.
Thank you, Ms. Verdugo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with my fellow board member, Mr. Balako-Polon, in the sense of trying to assist this business owner who has run into some hurdles, major hurdles, not just COVID, but other personal problems. But I would also want to see conditions within that limitation of the 800 pounds. Also that we get a purchase order, a copy of a purchase order within a month. I agree with my other board member, Dr. Bernstein. Having a permit in front of you, how is anybody from the public going to understand and know the workings within the AQMD that billing is one issue and then the permit date is another? And it appears that the right hand does not know what the left hand is doing. If ever there is a situation where a rule is going to affect the time of that permit, that should be stated on the permit. And I think that I can't be any clearer than that, because otherwise, I agree with Dr. Bernstein, it is extremely confusing and nobody from the public is going to know that. Internally within the AQMD, yes, but outside of the AQMD, how is the public going to understand that? And especially a small business owner who has all of these challenges in front of them, they're only looking to, how do I get over this hurdle? What is the compliance? What do I need to do? And that should have been on that permit. Hopefully in the future, there can be some way that they can figure that out and put that on there. My other issue is in the future, there's going to be some place, some time where we need to see a letter from Mr. Kajiwahara that is just like this business owner supplied his letter. We should see a letter that he's receiving from the equipment vendor that is saying, okay, we as the vendor in Italy cannot provide this piece of equipment until such and such, because we're going strictly on this letter from Kajiwahara. And as we've seen in previous hearings, this has come up by this vendor repeatedly, that he cannot get the equipment. I'd like to see that letter from that original manufacturer. That's another issue that I have as we are going through these hearings. We're setting the 800-pound limit to most of these, or to all of these cleaners. I would also like to back that up with that letter from that vendor. But bottom line, I can see that there was an attempt to the path to compliance. She had major hurdles that she had to get over, but she's willing, and this is what I'm hearing, she's willing to take on the limit. She's willing to supply the purchase order, and she's willing to send her dry cleaning to another vendor, another dry cleaners. So if all of those conditions are within the variance, I can support that. Thank you.
Dr. Bernstein, and if anyone wants to go through the 6 findings, that would be great too.
All right, I'll take a shot at it, Madam Chair. Obviously, there would, in fact, be a violation of Rule 1421. So that finding beyond reasonable control. I think there's several different coincidental findings with regards to beyond reasonable control. First and foremost is the pandemic, which we're all experiencing, and that has changed dates of delivery, manufacturing, when we can actually become in compliance with certain things. I believe that Ms. Richards has made an effort prior with regards to trying to come into compliance. However, the fire in the laundromat, the death, unfortunately, again, our condolences regarding your husband. These things complicated the issues and were beyond her control. Despite her attempting to come into compliance, as seen by the exhibits that have been presented to us as well. Closing would be without a corresponding benefit in reducing air contaminants. Ms. Richards has taken every effort now to transfer her perk cleaning to compliant facilities and has actually outsourced her dry cleaning. And so in my mind, she's making every attempt to come into compliance. The business regarding curtailing, the business has actually been curtailed, as we all have learned, a reduction in 70% of her volume, given the conditions with the pandemic. And in effect, she is not operating a non-compliant machinery at this time, as she is outsourcing her dry cleaning responsibilities at this time. Last but not least, monitor or quantify emissions and report to the district. That will be a condition that we will put into our variance, and therefore, in my opinion, we can make the 6 findings to grant a variance. The time frame obviously will be discussed as exactly how we nail that down. And last but not least, I echo my colleague, Ms. Verdugo-Peralta, with regards to the confusion between the rule coming into effect and the permitting, which goes apparently beyond the rule. I think that we need to coordinate that, or at least there needs to be notification when that does happen. Maybe this will be a one-off and that it won't happen in the future, but nevertheless, it seems to me that we shouldn't just simply be controlled by a billing cycle, because if I were a business operator and I got a permit that says my permit expires in April of 2021, I would think, okay, I'm fine. And I haven't until that time to come into compliance, which we would find obviously that would be incorrect because of the implementation of the rule. So somehow that needs to be discussed and clarified as well. And that's my attempt to make the 6 findings, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Dr. Bernstein. Senator Holden.
I support the granting of the variance. Included in the conditions of the variance should contain the date of delivery of the machine. It's stated here specifically by the company providing the equipment in paragraph 3 that the approximate date in which they will be able to receive the machine is end of April 2021. The installation will not be possible until mid-May 2021. These are all conditional probabilities based on the fact they talked about in paragraph 2 that due to the virus pandemic, there's a manufacturing delay. So that's still going on in Italy. In fact, it's so dramatic in Italy that they shut the whole country down. So even though this letter was dated December 30th, it seemed to me at least that those dates are not ironclad, and they could slip, notwithstanding you might include these dates and the variance as deadlines. I think that Ms. Rich's testimony was that she didn't learn about 1421 until 2019 when she received a letter. The district stated that she knew in 2007, which is misrepresented her testimony. I'm surprised, but the district is taking a hard line on this. At least the facts should be as stated as evidence during the hearing. Things like that troubles me. I'm a public member and I want to make sure that the emission is reduced or in fact eliminated. But I also think of what's the fairness, what's fair. The people who are adversely affected by this 1421 was not aware of the pandemic that was going to happen. Let's be clear on that. But all of our decisions that we're making regarding cleaners are not even considering the pandemic issue at all. And that's troubling to me because that's, in my view, it's not fair. And my understanding and the way we do business in this country, everybody get a fair hearing. Sometimes if you leave important factors out of your findings, then in my view, it's not fair and should not even be considered. So I know I got a voice problem. I hope you understand me very clearly this time and don't rule me out of order. Thank you.
I would like to just say that I agree that the findings can be made, but we need to discuss what a variance would look like. However, I want to say a few things. First of all, I think it's been very clear that this board has considered the pandemic. That's the reason why almost all of the cases we've heard have requested variances. And again, I want to keep it to the one today, but clearly we have the ability under the Health and Safety Code to consider financial ability to comply. And so we have considered financial ability to comply in the context of the pandemic. The only thing we've not done is make the pandemic the #1 reason why it's always beyond reasonable control, because clearly there are other factors that need to come into play. So that's what we've done, and that's what we're doing today. And I do agree, Senator, with what you said about knowing in 2007. I think if this were not a small business, I would think that we would, as a board, think that they should have known. And perhaps her husband knew. I don't think Ms. Richards knows 100% what her husband knew and didn't know. But I think she very credibly stated today that it was her understanding. I think she was stating the CARB rule, which is 15 years or was it 2023?
2023, whichever comes sooner.
So that's what I think they believed in 2007. So I agree that I don't think they knew about the 2020 deadline in 2007. She stated that very clearly. She did know in 2019. And so that would, under normal circumstances, have given enough time. However, this, and I want to be very clear so that the board is clear for anyone else who's watching, who's another petitioner down the road, or for the public, that there are special circumstances here that we are considering. This business has gone through the unfortunate passing of Ms. Richards' husband, who was running it in 2019. Also, a very unfortunate fire last year in the summer, which set them back. It's a different business, but still, because it's a small business, I think we're all finding that that's very relevant. But I do think it was clear, despite the fact that there is that glitch where there's the 2021 date on that receipt, Ms. Richards was very clear that she had to be in compliance by the end of 2020. But I agree with my fellow board members that that's very confusing. So when you're receiving all this different information and you're a small business, it's hard to assimilate that all together. So it's for all of those reasons, and given Ms. Richards' current financial issues, that I think we all can make those 6 findings, in particular, beyond reasonable control. But I would say to my fellow board members that I think, again, we need to have conditions in there, as were stated by Mr. Balagopalan generally. And also, I would say it should go through April, but no later. And the reason why I say that is because, yes, perhaps things might not be all in place, what have you. However, there is this 800-pound limit, and they're going to have to deal with that anyway. And if April comes and goes and they're still don't have their machine in place, well, they can at that time do what they're doing now, which is be in compliance by taking the cleaning and sending it out, and they can stay in compliance that way until it's installed. And so, what do board members feel about that? I mean, I guess the date really doesn't matter as long as there's an 800-pound limit, but I don't think we want to have this going for very long because we don't want to set that precedent.
Yeah.
Mr.
Yes, I was going to say that the date really doesn't matter because of the 800-pound limit, as you said. The other thing too is the permit actually expires because of the annual renewal, the April 1st. So for them to continue to operate beyond April 1st, they have to pay another $500 some for the next renewal, even if they only operate 1 day or 10 days beyond April 1st. So that's, so
and that is because, and I just want to be clear, today we're not being asked for a variance from 203B. So we're not being asked for any kind of variance from permit requirements. Rather, we're being asked only from 1421, and so that will still be a problem as of the beginning of April, unless the $500 is paid. But we could still give the variance for 1421, and then we leave it to Ms. Richards to determine.
Yeah, as long as Ms. Richards knows that if the fees are due for the annual renewal, she has to pay if she's going to operate beyond the April 1st date, and she's still within the 800-pound limit by then.
That's correct. Senator, and then Ms. Verdugo-Peralta.
Mrs. Richard has already been subjected to hardship financially. It's my opinion that when the permit expires in April, at least the funding for it, we should not require her to go get another permit for another 30 days or whatever at all. I mean, that's imposing an extreme hardship in my view. Her laundromat burned. She got to get that built up again. She has no money coming in at all. She having the clothes cleaned and transporting them to another cleaners and continue to provide service for customers to make sure that she have a steady operation. We got to look for what the major problems are that Ms. Richards have to face. And I think it's just being empathetic and being fair is my doctrine when it's required or necessary. And under these circumstances, if you give it until April, they clearly state in this purchase order or letter that it's going to be end of April before he can receive the machine, if everything goes well. And you don't know what's going to happen in Italy. So you can almost say whatever comes first, you want it to come back for another review. If these dates are not met, that's fine. But don't require her to spend another $500.
Just
my view.
Just to be clear, that's not, we wouldn't be imposing anything. That's just the rules of the district for permitting rules. We're not imposing anything. We're being asked today for a variance from 1421 that has nothing to do with the permit. We're just stating the truth of the matter, which is her permit's going to come due. So she'll have to make the decision as to whether to reinstate it or not.
Renew. I just want to clarify. The permit is issued every year. It's the renewal of the permit. So the permit was issued in 2007, and then it's renewed every year. So what they get is actually a renewal notice that they have to pay to renew the permit for the for the following year. So they're paying for the annual renewal fees. So and just to clarify, the permit is not issued. They don't have to refile for the permit every year. Just pay the annual fees, and the permit is renewed automatically when they pay the fees.
Understood. However, in adopting the findings, we should not mislead Ms. Richardson when we present the variance situation and the specificity of the variance to her. She, I think, should be clearly understand that the dates may vary. And if you give a deadline of end of April, 1st of April, she should be understanding that she might have to come back before us again if the variance conditions are not met based on the deadlines that are put into the variance.
I think she should be clear that whatever we adopt as a variance is binding, and that's as long as the board is willing to give. So let's decide what the board is willing to give, and let's not give the impression to members of the public that the dates of our variances are malleable. Our orders are our orders, and they have to be complied with, or the variance ends.
What?
I just may add, if Ms. Roberts then wants to renew a permit, she can go to the fee review board and ask for a payment plan. And so she can stagger the payment over 6 months to, if there's hardship in renewing the permit. So that's an option that's always open to small businesses, or any business basically, if they can show hardship. So that's the avenue to pursue to do that.
And I'm going to turn it to Ms. Verdugo-Peralta, but I know we did not say this, and because I think we're all assuming what's been said in other matters. But when I hear that we are guided by empathy, I think all of board members are very much guided by what's right, what's reasonable. But let's not forget what this rule is meant for. This rule is meant to control PERC, which is a possible or probable human carcinogen and has very detrimental health impacts. So I just want to be clear that we have that as the background as well. But Ms. Verdugo-Peralta, you wanted to add.
Well, you took the words right out of my mouth, because that's exactly what I was going to try to bring us back to, is the fact that 90% of all of the dry cleaners that are in the AQMD that have an active permit, is my understanding, have come into compliance. They've made this happen. While Ms. Richards has these unusual occurrences that have prevented her, I can understand that. However, our mandate here is to protect the public. And if we're going to allow these dry cleaners to go beyond the date of December 31st of 2020, there has to be a very compelling reason to do so. I think that we have heard that. However, I think we need to limit very closely and make sure that whatever the time frame is, I think the 800 pounds is going to guide that. I'm not crazy about going out to April at all. But if it's April 1st, that really means till the end of March, that we would allow this business owner to operate only if they were within the conditions of the 800 pounds, making sure that if she stays in business, that she is going to utilizing a vendor to do the dry cleaning off-site. And again, I want to mention that I would like to see a purchase order so that we are sure that there is a path to compliance. Saying that, I want to make sure that the public is still going to be protected and that PERC is going to be eliminated ASAP, because it is, as our chair mentioned, a carcinogen that has done detrimental damage to the public health-wise. So I can't say it any clearer than that. I want to go forward with this. I want to give her the time to come into compliance. I understand this purchase order, or not even purchase order, but the statement from Kajiwahara, the proposal, that they may not get that piece of equipment until April and possibly even May. But then my other question is, why would the AQMD issue a permit on a piece of machinery that's out of compliance? How does that happen?
Okay, they did not. I just want to clarify.
Well,
I think that's a
they probably won't renew the permit either.
Good.
Then
They
they
would
probably,
not renew the permit, correct?
but they did renew the permit, but the permit
no,
renewal
in April, they will.
in April of last year.
No, this coming
to-
April. I'm asking about this coming April. Why would the AQMD renew beyond April of this year, 2021, if that machine is out of compliance as of the previous December? Why would they do that?
Oh, yeah, I think there I agree is a disconnect, because the invoicing goes separate and there may not be the communication to do that. Unless the permit is inactivated, then the system won't bill it.
Yeah,
But if the permit is not inactivated, then the system just picks it up that is due and bills it.
that makes no sense to me at all. Why would we ever permit a piece of machinery, whether it's the dry cleaners or whether it's anything else? Why would that happen? And that has to be stated somewhere. AQMD permitting, because I was on the streamlining permit committee for a long time, and I know the process of that. So I know that there has always been an order to try and make it simpler for the businesses to go through the hurdles, and it is hurdles that the AQMD has regarding permitting. That it's a difficult process. However, it doesn't make any sense to me that the AQMD would issue any permit for any piece of machinery anywhere that is not in compliance, and that has a deadline has already passed for them to come into compliance. And I think we need to ask that question back to the district. As Dr. Bernstein said, that disconnect needs to be corrected.
Just to emphasize again, it's not issuing, it's just the renewal. So that just the terminology.
Your renewal to operate, right?
Yes.
Renewal to operate. So why are we going to issue a renewal to operate a piece of equipment that's out of compliance? Why would we do that?
The district.
The district, yes, thank you.
Yeah, that's hard. That's hard to.
The district. Why would the district do that? That has to be clarified in some way, shape, or form. That has to be, permitting needs to talk to billing, and they need to get together on this.
That's agreed. No, that's not within our jurisdiction.
Right, it's not.
I'm glad the point has been made, and hopefully something would happen. But board members, well, Ms. Verdugo-Peralta, you're saying maybe you could stretch it out to the end of April. I don't know what all are thinking, but that would be the latest. Because, and I think it's again, they're going to have to do a balancing act, and the longer, it's really about the 800 pounds. So the 800 pounds is going to go in there. And so we could give them more time, but they're just going to end up doing what they're going to do on April 30th anyway, which is start sending more of the cleaning out if they don't have the machine in place. So I don't want us to, personally, my view is I don't want us to start giving elongated or lengthy variances to any one petitioner. It's just opening up the door and really inviting, putting that foot in the door and inviting that door to just go wide open. And I think Ms. Verdugo-Peralta, your comments were right on point. What you said about, 90% are in. We've heard some pretty hard luck stories, but businesses who are really working hard to get in compliance despite that. And so I think we're all hearing that Ms. Richards had, and this petitioner had, above just the pandemic and above, even though they knew by 2019 that threw them way off track in terms of compliance, and we're all willing to give some, to make the 6 findings for some limited amount of time. So my thought would be, with those restrictive conditions, which would include a purchase order by the end of January, which would include the 800-pound limitation, not to exceed 1 gallon of perk, over the life of the variance, to file an online application at some point during the pendency of the variance for their new machine, and also that record keeping condition that we had in one of the last ones we did, which was
to email it. Yeah.
weekly poundage reports, weekly, beginning, we do it on Saturdays, beginning,
8, I think.
I guess it would be this Saturday.
This Saturday.
So, but not to go past April 30th in any event. Any thoughts on that before I would happily make a motion, but I wanted to hear what if we're in alignment, Senator.
It's already been stated in the documents, exhibit 1, that it may be May or later, because it's all hypothetical, when the machine will be delivered and installed. So, I mean, why set a specified date within the variance that's going to make it out of compliance from the very beginning? In fact, she's working on a laundromat right now. And the understanding, Ms. Richards, is that that's for the purpose of, once it's finished, having a source of revenue. I don't understand how you think on this stuff, really. That was the testimony, and that's an evidence. If you don't think that's worth anything, then vote your conscience. I do. I think that's worth a lot. She's been very honest and straightforward with her testimony, and also giving you the facts of her business since she's a little girl early on. So she committed to this business operation, but she's down now. She's down. We hope she's not out. So what we do today should not count her out away from even the chance of trying to comply with 1421, which she's also indicated that she would and she will. That's why she brought the information into us. There's exhibits, exhibit 1, etc. So I cannot vote for early April or mid-April, late April, given the evidence that's been submitted, period. At least I would open it up to May for total compliance. Or you can just get rid of exhibit 1 and pretend it didn't exist. But it does exist. And that's my point.
And thank you for that. I just want to point out, just because we end a variance at the end of April does not mean that there would be any violation of that variance. As long as Ms. Richards is in compliance with the conditions of the variance throughout the pendency of the variance, there's no violation. It just means that variance protection will end as of April 30th. However, I think my feeling on it is we are trying to balance what is considering the hardships that Ms. Richards has presented to us today, but also taking into account the importance of Rule 1421 in the 18 years that it's been in. We've been waiting for full compliance. And I think April, end of April, with the 800-pound limitation does strike a good balance between protecting human health, not opening the doors for these long, lengthy variances. Perk should be done. It should have been done December 31st. But one at a time, certain petitioners and facilities are presenting to this board why they have extraordinary circumstances, which should push them beyond that. And I think we're taking that into account with sympathy and empathy. But I don't see any other than, I mean, they don't think that they can get that installed before May. But that doesn't mean we have to continue to extend protection, because Ms. Richards has been and can continue at that time to farm out the cleaning to someone else. And in the meantime, her other business will hopefully be supplying her with income.
I also may add that the other facilities we granted variance for, they actually had either put the down payment on the purchase order and so forth. So in this case, that's why I think we are putting the condition that she do it within a month, so that we know that, that's a path to compliance. And she also testified she lives next door. There are residents nearby. There's a school, primary school nearby also. So the continued use of the perk is not, has to stop. And I think April has been very generous time frame to allow them to come into compliance.
Senator, last thought.
You just referred to another case in your statement. And so that being the case, I'm going to refer to one. There's a gentleman here, he cried when he left. He put his bid in to purchase the equipment. Delivery date could not be met. You shut him down end of January. Poor guy was hurt. And I got to tell you, case by case, fine, case by case.
Okay, I'm not sure what you mean by that, but I think we're trying to, in this deliberation, tie the evidence we've received to the 6 findings that we have, and tying the evidence that we have to what we feel is a justifiable variance. And each one is taken case by case. Okay, any other thoughts? Otherwise, I will offer a motion if there's no other thoughts. Okay, then I'm gonna try to put this together. Get the right document in front of me. There it is. Okay. In the matter of Frantz Cleaners, Inc., case number 6188-1, I move that we grant the regular variance that's been requested. It would start today, and it will go through April 30th, 2021, or upon final compliance with Rule 1421, whichever occurs first. It will be for the dry cleaning equipment that is at 1490 Gary Avenue in Pomona, 91767, and it is from Rule 1421. I further move that we adopt the following conditions. Condition number 1. Petitioner shall, what is the word?
Sign a letter of agreement
Sign a
for
letter
the
of
purchase.
purchase order.
Yeah, because I think they put a down payment, so maybe just a.
Shall sign a letter of agreement or purchase order by January 30th, I think, because that's 30 days from December 30th. That's as long as that proposal is good for. By January 30th, 2021. And shall send via email to the clerk of the board at clerkofboard@aqmd.gov. And the district, and we'll have it sent to Mr. Vanderoe, Mark Vanderoe, at M. Von, VONDERAU, M. Vanderoe at AQMD.gov. Did I say by email?
Yeah.
As of that date. Period. If this condition is not complied with by January 30th, 2021, the variance shall end. Okay, so that's condition number 1. Condition number 2, petitioner shall not use more than 1 gallon of perk, comma, or clean 800 pounds or 800 pounds of clothing, comma, over the pendency or the term, over the term of this variance. That's 2. 3, petitioner shall file online a district application for a
Permit to construct/operate.
Okay. Permit to construct/operate a 1421 compliant machine.
It's going to prior to the
installation of the compliant machine.
Yeah.
Period. And was there another one yes.
The weekly report to the inspector.
And then the 4 will be petitioner shall email the district with its weekly poundage report every Saturday, comma, beginning Saturday, January 9th, 2021, period. And in there, we're going to say it's going to Mark Vanderoe, which is MVONDERAU at AQMD.gov. And then condition number 5 will be our usual condition, that petitioner shall pay all outstanding fees by April 30th, 2021, or or the variance will be under Rule 303. And then excess emissions, we didn't get specific excess emission information during the hearing, but I assume it would be similar to what we've heard. Is that correct?
Yes, that's roughly 0.22 pounds per day on the days they operate.
So it's approximately 0.22 pounds per day of perk on the days when the non-compliant machine is operated. And that will complete my motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Dr. Bernstein seconds the motion. Is there a discussion on that motion? Senator.
What's the deadline dates now?
I'm sorry?
The date from compliance, the last day of the variance.
April 30th. And at that time, they simply do not have variance protection any longer. And so by that time, Ms. Richard will have to either have a compliant machine or have in place a way, as she does currently, to send her cleaning to another facility.
we've been put on notice that in the best case situation, it'd be the middle of May before she could be in compliance. In the best case situation. So not being the case, I'm gonna not support this.
Thank you. And just the reasoning behind it again is this board can take hardship into consideration because it is a small business. But the end result, the variance, has to really reflect the board's balancing between the importance of the rule, the importance of taking perk out of the air, and the water and the soil and everywhere it has gotten, and just ending noncompliance with 1421 as soon as possible, but being as understanding and reasonable as possible in hard luck situations like this. So I think this strikes the balance, and sends a message that we're only giving variances in the most extraordinary of circumstances, as we've said before, and where they're justified, and we're only giving them. We're not going to continue to extend it out for long periods of time because this is a very important role, I think. Any other thoughts before I call for a vote?
And I think more to Cynthia's point, why would the district allow a renewal of the permit when the rule is, it's clearly says should not be operated beyond December of the last year. So I think that that date, March 31st, puts it just before the permit is renewed.
It was April 30th. Did you?
Oh, is it April 30th?
That was my motion.
Oh, I would say because April 1st, the permit expires. So that means they have to renew it. That means the district has to renew a permit that is non-compliant.
That was my point.
Yeah, so I think, I'm sorry, I thought, so I was going to say March, end of March.
So your thought, and Ms. Verdugo-Peralta, your thought as well, is given the fact that that there will not be a valid permit as of March 31st, that it should end on March 31st.
Right. How can we go beyond? How do we have the authority to go beyond what a permit states? Do we?
We do, if there was a request for that, but there was no request for that. The variance request for today and what we're being asked for is from 1421, not from 203.
That's why I would also agree that we shouldn't go beyond that point.
Only if the cause is just. Only if the cause is just. You should go beyond that.
Well, we can't give a variance today that will allow anyone to go beyond their permit limits. So is the request
to amend it to March 31st? Yes.
The reason why I would say I would accept that is only because of this. If otherwise, but they can't. Let me ask the question. Because of the way that the district does its permitting, if she requests an extension, she'll be given. Is that, Mr. Balagopalan, what you?
No, I think she will get billed 90 days prior to the renewal date. So if she pays it in a timely manner, her permit then automatically get extended for another year. I mean, she would pay for another year, which means beyond April 1st, she can operate for another, until the following year. I mean, the permit is good for that, even though the rule has a sunset date.
So do they ever prorate it? Do they ever prorate?
No, it's not prorated. You pay, whether you operate for a day, for a month, or whatever, you pay the full amount for the whole year.
Let me ask you. Today we're deciding how long to give from 1421. So what's the difference in your minds if we're giving today a variance through April 30th, because we're giving it from 1421, or we're giving it, and even though the permit expires, if she chooses to renew her permit, do you have a bigger objection to going to April 30th, or in any event, even, but let's put aside, let's say her permit went through September of this year,
Right.
2021. Let's just pretend. I know it's not the fact.
Yeah, yeah.
Would you be against April 30th as the date?
No.
Neither would I.
So then, does it matter if it's April 30th? I mean, then the rules of the districts are the rules of the district. And if she chooses to renew it, clearly she can't continue to use that machine past another month anyway, because she'd be in violation of 1421 after April 30th. So allow her to make that decision, knowing she can't get a machine until April 30th anyway.
Well, I know that we're not really into the permitting, but speaking on, for the sake of her economic position, would she, let's say that she does pay that $500 for renewal of the permit. Let's say she puts the new machine in May. So does that $500, does that permit cover the new machine? I don't think so, right?
Yeah, again,
You have to get a whole new permit to operate and pay another amount of money, right?
Yeah,
So,
no, she has to apply for a permit for the hydrocarbon machine. That's separate.
Right.
The renewal, I mean, she can pay the renewal and the system will renew a permit for another year, you know, and just because.
okay, so let me play devil's advocate. What if she doesn't pay that $500 for the renewal and the permit has expired, right?
Right.
As of April.
And she will be in violation as
Right.
of,
Correct.
203B.
Right. Correct. So therefore she will be fined another amount of money, right?
Potentially, yes. She'd be in violation of 203B, operating without a valid
To me,
permit.
that's a lot of wasted money, but that would be her decision, as you mentioned before, Madam Chair. So I can go to April, the end of April, but it's with the knowledge that she understands that as well. That's the possible scenario.
we'll be very clear at the end of this hearing. If we grant if we vote in favor of the variance, I will again go over everything with her before we end the hearing. All right, any other thoughts before I call for a vote with all that discussion? Okay, so with staying at the same, so now with the understanding that the term of the variance in the motion is April 30th or final compliance, whichever occurs first. Senator, do you have any additional?
Yes, I recognize that this board has been facing unforeseen circumstances with the new pandemic servicing. And these are really hard cases to adjudicate because most of them bring to you hardship because they were not aware of it either. And in my particular situation, I look for whatever is fair, yes, and within the rules, regulations that are specified. But some of these cases are hard to, very difficult to adjudicate, in my view. So I hear your motion, but you also heard my thoughts early on. I know it's difficult for you, it's very difficult for me. I have a history in my 40 plus years of representing the public, in my mind, doing what's fair and just. And it's very hard for me with these hardships imposed on us as a board to get around that practice. It's hard, can't do it. All right, thank you.
I think you've said it really well. This is this has been very wearing on this board because we've had to make very difficult decisions. I think Ms. Manwaring said that in her closing. And I think we all recognize it. And I think it's been very emotionally wearing on all of us. And we have to do what's right. And we're trying to make consistent while taking everything case by case. And I think consistently we have been making sure that there is a hardship that's been expressed above and beyond just a simple pandemic, that there's been an attempt to comply before the deadline. Path forward to compliance that has been outlined by the petitioner. And I think in this case, those things have been met. And we do, I think the motion is attempting to draw that line. So I'll call for the vote. So I have made the motion. Dr. Bernstein has seconded the motion. Mr. Balagopalan, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Ms. Verdugo Peralta, how do you vote?
Aye.
Senator Holden, how do you vote? No, and understood for the reasons that you have stated earlier. So the motion passes 4-1. And I want to make sure that Ms. Richards is clear as to what the variance will be. So the variance will start today, and it will go through April 30th of this year, unless you can somehow come into compliance sooner than that, and it will end sooner than that. We have also added conditions. So the conditions, I want to try to go through them. Oh, I put them over here. The conditions were, number one, as you had testified to, that you will put in a purchase order or sign a sales agreement by January 30th of this year. And once you do that, you will send a copy of that, whichever it is, but to show that you have in fact put the purchase through by January 30th. You will email a copy of that to both the board through the clerk of board at aqmd.gov, which is the same email address that you have used for your exhibits today, and also to the district. And you can see, if you can still see, Mr. Vonderau, his square has his email address, or partial. It's mvon, V-O-N-D-E-R-A-U, mvonderau at aqmd.gov. And that will be done by the 30th. And if you don't put the order through, then you definitely won't be in compliance by the 30th. So it will just end at that point. So that step needs to be taken, or the variance will end at that point. The second will be that you are not to exceed 1 gallon of perk, which is also considered to be approximately 800 pounds of clothing over the entire variance. So between now and April 30th. You have testified that you can do that. You can manage that through doing it on the premises, as well as farming that out and having some of your clothing cleaned elsewhere. The third condition that you will have to comply with is that you need to go online through the district's website and apply online for a permit for your new machine. So that needs to be done before you install. And if you do it online, as is required by the condition, then you can have a permit within 24 hours, I believe. So that's why the condition will be to apply for that online. And then the fourth condition will be that weekly, we will be requiring that you give the district your weekly poundage. So you're supposed to be under the rules, under 1421, keeping track anyway of your poundage. So, but you'll be reporting it weekly rather than monthly. And you'll be sending that to also the same email at mvonderau, all one word, at aqmd.gov. And for the spelling of that name, you can also get that off of the declaration as well. And you'll be beginning that this Saturday. January 9th, 2021. So that, but when you give it to him on Saturday, just include from today through Saturday, so that you're only reporting that which you have done. Well, you haven't been doing anything. So you'll include all your entire week's worth of cleaning through your machine. And then finally, there are the fees that I know Ms. Manwaring said she discussed with you, including excess emission fees. And those will be due by the end of April, or it's invalidated. You've also heard some discussion amongst board members today with regard to the fact that your current permit will end before this variance ends. This variance is only from 1421. It is not from the requirement to have a permit. So it is your decision whether you renew the permit on the 31st, or you just come into compliance with Rule 1421 and just move forward with your new machine. And you'll have to make that decision for yourself. And I think that's everything. Mr. Balagopalan, you wanted to add?
I just wanted to clarify that the excess emission fee will be about $40 for every day that she operates the PERC machine for the duration of the variance.
And so knowing that, also financially, you might want to try to group together limit your cycles and try to put as much clothing per cycle as possible, so that you're only doing it on maybe one day a week and only paying $40 for that day. And that's it. And thank you for coming, Ms. Richards, today, and for being so forthcoming with us, so that we can make that decision. And thank you to the district for being available, and for Ms. Manwaring for doing your homework before and contacting, as you do every time, the petitioners in advance. Senator, you had some thoughts before we adjourn?
I want you to know that I'm a lawman, and my history show and the action I've taken is clearly understood. If it were not for this pandemic, I'd be tough as a nail, because that's my history. So, but because of this hardship imposed on each and every one of you and me and the public at large, I weigh that as well. But before I shut down, I'm giving you some additional information that you're not aware of it. The Capitol has been invaded, the windows are broken, and the chambers have been occupied by mobsters.
You're kidding.
Oh, wow.
There was something on the news as I was during the break that there has been, they evacuated a couple of the buildings. So I don't know what's happening now, but something along those lines. Scary.
In the chambers.
Oh, wow.
They said they evacuated 2 buildings, but I didn't see chambers on there.
Well, I saw the people
just now
with sitting in the chairs in the chamber and broken the windows to get in.
Oh my goodness.
The walls. So when you get home, you take a look.
Wow. Okay. Well, everyone stay safe, both from COVID and from what is happening in our country right now.
Right.
Any other business, board members, before we adjourn till tomorrow?
Is it possible to request that we get a letter from Kajiwara regarding his communication with that vendor?
Kajiwara Equipment is not either a petitioner or a respondent, and so we cannot require any. We can ask if any petitioner is watching that's going to come before us next if they want to try to get that letter, but we can't otherwise get it from Kajiwara.
Okay.
It would be nice. I agree.
It would be nice, yeah.
Very much so. But any other business before we adjourn? Okay. Thank you, board members. We are adjourned, and we'll be back in business tomorrow. Stay safe.
Have a good day, everybody.
Thank you.